Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Two teams is going to get goals this round. Winner, chicken dinner. Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3 ติดจบอันดับ 6 ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์ Esports เหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023 dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 여기다 놓겠습니다.
Oh, XZY absolutely on the swivel.
It's time for Dub to shine now. Aaron Gale, are you kidding me? I mean, FaZe with a cold hit.
Well, kita orang kat sini ya. So lain lah.
Judo Alliance might just be going down here and now. These flags is excellent.
ไม่มีรู้สึกเป็นส่วนตัวกับทีมไหนสักทีมผม
But no time was just
New team? Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before. New challengers? Yeah, new challengers.
And in comes Red Force. The Galaxy looking to try and hold them off, but it's not.
Who do you think is the strongest team in Pro?
Next Ruya. To the northeast, but here comes next Ruya. Right onto Nongchim. Red Force, who have tried to send back over the water.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Kanina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Class Dilge Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking 2nd place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Next Ria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves.
surprisingly won third place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking second place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that second place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Next Ruya in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came first in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take third place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Next Ria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin, çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı. Nexuya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
Champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Next Ria and Kanina Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
While most teams find glory in attaining chicken dinners, one team finds that consistency is key to propel them forward. And this team with me is Major Pride, who managed to rack up over 50 points yesterday. Around 54 points yesterday, putting them right behind BTR. Only 18 points divides these two teams. And with me, I have Nomi. And first of all, I want to ask you, Nomi, how is your team and you feeling today?
Спрашиваю, как вы чувствуете себя сегодня?
Как вы чувствуете?
Да, как вы себя чувствуете сегодня?
Отлично, так же, как и первые 2 дня. Уверены все.
They feel real good, just like the first 2 days. So yeah.
They feel really good, just like the first 2 days. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised because you guys jumped up 2 places, putting yourself right behind BTR. And let's talk a little bit about your team in terms of playstyle. So how does your team manage to consistently rack up points despite only having 1 chicken dinner yesterday?
Как вашей команде удалось подняться по очкам, постепенно подниматься по очкам, несмотря на то, что вы имеете только 1 chicken dinner?
Нам просто каждую катку первые 2 дня удавалось стабильно набирать свои поинты на киллах, вот и все.
They just keep getting kills, you know, that's how they constantly get the points. Yeah, that's how it is.
So that means that what you guys are looking for here is the elimination points rather than trying to go for the placement points. Is that what you're saying here?
Она спрашивает, вы идете на elimination points или же вы хотите именно занять определенное место?
Определенное место?
Да, определенное место в таблице. У вас какие есть?
Но ближайшие цели у нас это пройти в топ-3 в гранд-финал с этой группы. Это ближайшая цель.
The closest goal they have is just to be the top 3 of this tournament, of this ranking. So yeah, they're going for not elimination point, the other points, yeah.
The other points as well. So rather they're trying to find that nice balance through it from aggressiveness as well as survivability, which I think it's really good because you guys have been very, very consistent throughout the entire day yesterday. So let's talk a little bit about, your secrets. Is there anything that you guys changed in terms of your playstyle from day 1 and number 2? How did you adapt to the other teams?
Давайте поговорим о ваших секретах. Что у вас изменилось по сравнению с первым днем? И как вы адаптируетесь по другими командами?
По сравнению с первым и вторым днем практически ничего не изменилось. Максимум построились под определенные команды, которые вокруг нас лутаются. А секреты, на то и секреты.
So, secrets meant to be secrets. There's no actually. They're not supposed to tell. But in terms of compared to the first day, they just adapted to the other teams. That's how I did. That's all.
Was there like a lot of changes, like a lot of adaptation needed from day 1 and day 2?
Были ли много изменений по сравнению с первым днем? Многие ли адаптации по сравнению с первым днем по другие команды? Или же у вас была определенная тактика, и вы шли по этому?
Ну, можно сказать, что была определенная тактика, и придерживаемся ее. Просто немного, чуть-чуть что-то изменили, не кардинально, в отношении команд, которые вокруг нас лутаются.
They don't have like specific tactics. They just adapt it. Depends on how other teams is loading. So yeah, they just go for it.
All right, just going for it. I think it's really good that you guys have a lot of pages in your playbook when it comes to adapting to these other teams. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what you guys have on for today. You guys are on 2nd place right now, 18 points behind BTR, which honestly, if you guys can maintain this today and tomorrow, you're practically already on your way to Turkey. So, what are your team's expectations and goals for the 2023 PMGC?
Какие ваши ожидания и цели на этот турнир? Вы практически на 2-м месте, всего лишь остаетесь на 18 очков от 1-го места, и вы уже, считаю, практически в Турции. И вот какие ваши ожидания и цели на этот турнир?
Ожиданий у нас никаких нет, есть только цель. Это вот, как я уже повторяюсь, пройти с этой группы в топ-3 в гранд-финал. Поздравлять нас еще рано, что-то пройдено только половина пути.
They don't have expectations, they have only the goals to be top 3 of this tournament and be on the Grand Finals. So it's too early to say because it's not the last day. Yeah, we still have to go.
And I like that mindset. Honestly, thank you so much for spending time and answering these questions because that mindset is really important because they're kind of focusing on the now instead of thinking too far ahead. Regardless, this is still Group Yellow, the group of death dubbed, and there are so many strong teams on board today. So now I'm going to toss it to our panelists to really just rack up and just give us the predictions of today. Which team do you think will be able to end the day strong? Will BTR continue to be a number one?
Well, that's a little bit of a loaded question because we have seen some teams rise up through the ranks in our second day of play and some teams fall. Teams like Vampire able to improve on previous performances, For America able to improve as well. Honestly, I still think top 3 is up for grabs for quite a few of these different teams. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by my handsome gentlemen. My handsome, not yours. They're my gentlemen. Seven Worlds Gaming and Cameron Davis. Seven, man, we're into day 3. Things starting to heat up just a bit. How are you feeling about the day?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm actually glad that we got to interview Major Pride. I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform today. Is the pressure going to get to them on being top 3, or are they going to continue on this performance and maybe go after that first place from BTR?
Yeah, and Cameron, I like how realistic Nomi was as well there in the interview, right? He's like, well, we still have more days to play. We're not confident we're going to hold on just top 3 just yet. He's taking the day by hand, and I like that.
Yeah, especially considering how close it is on that top section, right? Currently sitting at 100 points, but less than 20 points is all the way down in 6th place. And when you see teams like Vampire Esports have 50+ points in a single day, you really know how vulnerable you can be if you're not constantly putting up the points yourself. Now, we've talked about Major Pride's strategy and how it leans to a level of consistency, which is why they're in the mix where they are right now. But it is something that they need to keep their head in the game and focus, just like all the other teams here.
Yeah, focus is what today is going to be about, especially if you're Bigatron, who had their ups and downs and tribulations yesterday. But before we fully hop into what's all happened yesterday and, of course, what's coming today, I got to remind you again about our lovely little sponsors, Infinix GT10 Pro, our official phone here for PMGC 2023. It was born, not created, it was born, so be a little bit scared of it. For professional esports players, you guys can dominate the lobby by picking one up for yourself. And while you're sitting there using your lovely new device, you can check out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 to see some behind-the-scenes stuff. Hopefully, Tashbun is going to be doing some interviews as well. Everything going to be up on there. And if you ever do post about PMGC, well, make sure you guys use that hashtag as well. Not to mention, the Frost Festival is going on in Game 7. Have you been able to pick it up yet? Have you been turned into a snowman to become Maxman?
I don't want to talk about it.
He doesn't want to talk about it. That kind of means he probably got destroyed at it. But to be fair, watching him play when we were in Poland together, he was dominating. But you guys can step into the enchanting snowy village where you can revel in the exhilaration of gliding down the slopes on a snowboard. Not to mention transporting enemies into snowmans. But we're thrilled to present the all-new Frost Festival version of PUBG Mobile. So make sure you guys go update and you go play ASAP. Because while you're playing, we also have the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. Now, Popularity, obviously something I was in high school, so this doesn't include me, but PUBG Mobile's introduced a brand new competition and exclusive honorable rewards. So from the 15th of November up to the 15th of December, players will have to go through 10 rounds of these 1v1 matches to compete to be the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. Of course, outstanding players will get some exclusive rewards, and you guys get to watch them have those exclusive rewards because you weren't as good as they were or not as popular as they were, like me in high school. And then the Pagani collaboration is going on in PUBG Mobile. I know you guys want to pick up your sweet vehicles. We've had so many collaborations so far, but make sure you're ready to rev up your engine with the iconic Pagani Amola and Zonda R models. But just try to not be run over, because I know, Blank, if you're out there watching, I remember our times playing together. I remember the times you run me over. Maybe a little bit more, be a little bit more fun being run over by the Molo this time. But that is going to round out our lovely sponsors as we can kind of focus ahead in towards what's coming up today, gentlemen. BTR still holding first place, looking strong. Major Pride holding second place, looking pretty damn decent here. But Seven, I'm gonna have to go straight to you on this again. Every single day, Vampire, they have started to climb up the leaderboards. Can they continue to do so today? Have the bruises healed? Has Newsy solidified himself as the 4th player in the team right now to continue this performance? There's a lot of questions coming into this day.
Right, you know what? I don't know if Newsy has solidified himself because he was a little bit sketchy. He did end up getting more elims in one day than Stone did, so that's a positive. One player that I'm actually going to be looking at from Vampire Esports is Schweb. He was only able to get 1 elim out of 1,000 damage. That's not going to be able to cut it, especially depending on what his role is. If it's support, only 1,000 damage is not going to be good enough, especially after 12 matches. And for Vampire Esports, there is a lot of stuff that I'm liking out of this team. They've been able to at least adjust on their scouting. They're still a little bit too hectic cryptic at times. They do send it in. They rely too much on that fragging power, but they are starting to scout more. And it's Tony K actually leading the charge when it comes to scouting, and they are being able to rotate it. They're doing some wonderful 2-2 splits, and I'm hoping that continues on today because the team was setting themselves up perfectly. We kind of saw flashes of Vampire Esports from PMWI. And the main thing, too, when we go to Erangel, they changed their drop location. Instead of Melta Power, now they're going back to the Primors, and I feel like it's working out wonders for them. They are starting to rotate a little bit faster, and they have more freedom to work with.
Well, you can see here, Cameron, our current overall rankings right now, 12th through 16th, potentially going to be knocked out the entire event. Yep. What teams are you really focusing on here going into today?
I mean, I just want to see what teams from the bottom 5 are going to have a big moment. We still need to see something strong coming in from Storm. They looked good on Sandhawk. I was saying that they were looking better at the very first round yesterday, but then just zeros across the board, essentially, all after that. So I still need to see if they can't hit into another gear. Same with Genesis. All the other teams down there, we've seen good moments from all of them, even a couple of victories. I mean, 7-9 and Queso on that, but they're not far from the bottom 5. So really, it's just about teams trying to find some level of consistency, and that's including Vampire Esports, because even though they got a whole bunch of points yesterday, outside of their one win with 16 elims, they were getting very low elims. Even their second win only had 5 eliminations. So really it just shows that like teams are having to scrape and just claw their way for any number of points here.
Yeah, and honestly, like 7th through 12th right now is only a 14-point difference, so we could see a massive shakeup today, depending on how the teams are going to do. But taking a look at our team trajectory for Vampire Esports, you can see able to move up 8 ranking points. Their average eliminations have spiked up as well, but for me, what's kind of scary is if you look at Vampire, 26 placement points, 2 chicken dinners. So out of every other match they've had so far, out of the other 10, they've only had 6 placement points, which is very unlike Vampire.
I mean, I feel like that's mostly based out of day one, too, because of the performance of day one. It was a lot of 15th place, 11th place, 15th place, all of that crazy stuff. But yesterday, they were at least able to dial it in. I think they only ended up maybe 2 matches out of the 6 that would play outside of the placement points. So they are still improving now. Another team, Major Pride, I want to continue to see what they're going to be doing today. What I really enjoyed yesterday was their quick rotations, whichever it was, whether it was early in the game, especially in Erangel, they tend to land Gaikai, they tend to rotate very quickly. They do some wonderful 1-1-1-1 splits between the team. I'm hoping that continues on, and the awareness that this team is able to showcase, that being able to third party, has been wonderful too.
I like this graphic. Yeah. I like this one a lot because Vampire, we were actually asking how many of those eliminations they had were from stolen elims, and then for Major Pride as well, they play center, they play strong central compounds, and that gives them the perfect opportunity to get all of those stolen eliminations, which is what's probably helping them keep their elimination numbers really high.
I think what's kind of surprising to me as we can see them finally here on the board, Weibo, because a team coming from PEL, I think that already in its own right has a lot of pressure on you because you want to do what the likes of, Nova's done in the past, your predecessors. But I feel like a lot of the times we've been just kind of let down by PEL teams coming into these big PMGC events. Obviously, it can be quite a big change, especially when you haven't really played on an international scale quite so much. But I expected a little bit more out of this roster, especially when you have the veteran of Suk on the team, which we can see he's #1 in assists at the moment.
Yeah, for this team, they give me a lot of Tiamba vibes, at least at the moment. They are performing a little bit better. Yesterday, they were able to follow up their chicken dinner at the end of day one with the chicken dinner on Sandhawk. Maybe we'll end up seeing another win out of this team, but it's just the inconsistency that we're seeing out of them, right? The good thing from this team is that they are almost able always to get eliminations in every single match. And then when we go to other teams, you were talking about Bigatron, if they're going to be able to maintain that first place, it comes down to how they're going to be setting themselves up for a lot of the fights. Yesterday, when they ended up getting eliminated super early on, I wasn't seeing any off angles being held by Janfoss or any of the other players like what we were able to see on day one. But when the team was actually able to perform really well, which was during the chicken dinner on the final Erangel that we played, Janfoss was holding up those angles. Janfoss actually ended up getting 4 eliminations out of his 5 eliminations for the whole day on that chicken dinner. So I want to see that more out of BTR. I want to see those off angles. I want to see them being a little bit more ready for those fights.
I think for me, Cameron, is that Lepar, as we saw the top eliminator at the moment, I think he's been kind of one of the biggest standout players so far in Group Yellow. You think of High Boy, I think of him as being a star player. Genfo's the same, but Lepar has really been putting in the work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't even just a day one thing. There's always a chance when you have 2 seconds and then a first in a row that it's going to elevate one player's stats for the rest of the run, at least for a little bit. But he was getting those numbers consistently throughout the day 2 as well, even with a slightly, marginally lower performance overall for the team. So really, this is a player that you really have to look at and say, this guy's going to help carry them, I have to assume, to victory all the way to the very end, at least to into the Grand Finals, because 118 points, it's possible to fall out of the top 3, but I have yet to see any sign that makes me really particularly worried about it. Sure, yesterday started off a bit slow for them, but they got a couple of really good rounds under their belt, and they kept a disaster from occurring yesterday, so, you know, I don't know why that wouldn't happen again today.
And I mean, at least the silver lining for them is the fact that with the amount of points they have built up already, they should make it into the survival stage no matter what. Like, they still have that second chance if they don't qualify for the Grand Finals here in the next 2 days. But we'll see if they continue this pace. We take a look at our top Sandhawk performers. And Influence Rage, we haven't talked too much about them, and I know they were one of our most consistent teams yesterday. But Seven, we haven't seen that explosiveness, I feel like, out of this team. This domination that we know they can pull off going back to America's region.
And is it bad that I'm actually happy with the way they're currently being able to perform? We're not seeing those pop-up performances like you're mentioning, but they are being very, very consistent. And I think here in the next couple of days, now that we're past the halfway point, right, for this group yellow, we might start seeing a little bit more aggressiveness out of them. Going back to day 1, this team tried to be a little bit too aggressive, and it's ended up backfiring. For them to be able to adjust that is really impressive, considering with what happened last week with some of the Brazilian teams, that they were never able to adjust to that. Yesterday, out of this team, they ended up averaging somewhere between a 4th and a 5th place finish throughout all the matches, and then about 4 eliminations per match. That it's pretty impressive for a team that it's used to be known either having very, very highs or very, very lows. They're starting to find a nice consistency here. And I mean, we know what they're capable of, so it's good to see that they still have that in their back pocket. They can still frag out and end up with chicken dinner and 15 eliminations.
Okay, but we have yet to see a chicken dinner and 15 eliminations from them. At this point, you expect to have a couple of rounds go that way. I agree with you. The consistency for them is looking great. But in order to be a world-beating team, you need to be able to grab opportunities that are given to you in order to have those huge rounds that round out the overall average points total.
See, I think one thing Seven mentioned, Cameron, that I actually really appreciate is that if you look at Brazil, when it comes to like firefighting, I feel like they are going to be one of the strongest regions. And if you're going to be a team that want to compete in PMGC, that's the perfect region to get that experience with Alpha 7, with Loops there, for instance, Inko. The fact is, they know they can fight people.
Yeah.
But I think, as Seven's kind of alluding to, they're working on that, getting consistency down, getting to the late stage to make them like a more well-rounded team. Now, but I also agree with you, Cameron. We haven't seen that explosiveness out of what we know the team can be able to pull off. But maybe that's something they're kind of working on, and that kind of gets me a little bit excited now, actually thinking about them the next 2 days and in the Grand Finals if they get there.
Yeah, I mean, if this is an active effort on their part to shore up their potential weaknesses going further into this event, because like BTR, even if they fall out of the top 3, it's incredibly unlikely for them to end up into the bottom 5, though the cutoff is slightly above 100 points from the previous 2 groups, so it's possible, but very unlikely. But even so, I don't know, part of me is worried that like this is another level, this is an entirely different level of competition, and it's always possible that it's just they've been trying to go for those big plays and it just hasn't worked out, especially with the number of times that you see them lose a player early.
We saw them get 12 elims in one match, so
it's hard to know everything, every little micro factor that goes into every single play. I mean, in Brazil, maybe they would have had pop-off games already, but here, because of the caliber of the lobby is higher, maybe they're not able to do so. But I have a feeling that they're going to have one of those today. But let's head over to our commentators as we can finally dive into our first match. It's going to be our only Sandhawk of the day. That's going to be brought to you by Zute and John Allen.
That's right, it is indeed. We are going to dive on in to the first Sandhawk, and the early Sandhawk of today. It's going to be interesting to see how things start to shape up. We saw last week how after day 2, starting to see dynamic shifts coming on through. A lot of teams will have reorganized. Obviously, Vampire having done that a little bit earlier, and they kind of needed to, and really came out swinging yesterday. You were adding up the numbers, Zute, of their performance from yesterday, right?
Yeah, Cameron mentioned on that's 50+ points in a single day yesterday, and I just can't help but to think, like, if day number 1 they just did like half of that, where would they sit versus, you know, where they are now? They'd be a contending team from the top 3 easily. And that's not to say that they're not. They still are right now. If they could get a similar performance today, I think it would put them right on the bubble, if not, you know, better. It depends on how the teams above them do. And right now, for me, I feel like the top 5 teams minus BTR, they're just kind of like shuffling the points back around. Like, this team will get a big win, and then this team will get a big win. Let's see who gets the first big win today, though, on Sandhawk.
And I mean, when teams just keep trading off big wins, that's where the Moneyball strats play out for Influence Rage as well. We know that they love to keep it consistent. And even on Sandhawk, they're doing more than that. They're on 10.5 average. 14.5 on Weibo, though. So Northwest Island seemingly playing well for them. We'll have to wait and see where this circle goes. We have had that Northwest Island circle already. So we've seen that one. We'll see if we can go back over to the mainland and have a little bit more normalcy. So teams out over Bootcamp. Potentially a split here for BTR around this Influence Rage position. They've changed their position. They're normally on the confluence.
Yeah, am I seeing a BTR player drop in? Oh, yeah. Right outside Bootcamp, a 2 versus 2 right now. Influence Rage adjusting very quickly to counter the 2 of BTR with their own 2. Who's going to win this 2v2, though? It looks like BTR trying to win that. And no, it was a 2v1 at the end. And Influence Rage will get a quick 2 points. And oh, the hot drop, we can't forget about this one. This time it's finally fully blowing out. Genesis versus D+. D+, looks like they took care of everyone but the last player of Genesis. No, 2 eliminations. There's 1 more left. Trying Master Chi, trying to do his best with the UMP. Gets 1 knock, switches to the M4. Doesn't get the knock, though. He really needed that one, and he will go down. Coming into day number 3, looks like the pace has quickened on Sandhawk. Finally, we are seeing those hot drops, and it is playing through.
We've seen 2 teams in Paradise Resort now, I think for the past 2 days at least. I can't quite remember exactly on the first day if this happened as well. But yeah, the fact that it's only just now started to be an actual fight is kind of crazy. And we are seeing a much faster Sandhawk, you're right. With BTR changing up their drop spot, which, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure about. I don't think it was necessary. They didn't see the circle, so it wasn't a circle-based decision. Having that confluence position is really, really valuable. So, I'm not entirely sure about that choice for Lapar and Zatalas to go north of Bootcamp. I think, given the circle as it is now, they could have rotated south down to that walled compound just north of Painan. Had a great position.
Yeah, I see why they might have tried to do that. With that 2-2 split, they basically get access to the entire map, no matter where the first circle pops, based on where the teams drop, right? You have the river, the trifecta, that northwest secured, southwest secured, and with 2 players on the north side, Paradise Resort secured. You don't have to move past Influence Rage anymore when you have that 2-2 split, if it worked. And you also surround Influence Rage in a way, so they're kind of like pinned in. Kudos to Influence Rage, though, for adjusting and, you know, spotting that out very quickly. Usually when a team, you know, changes their drop and encroaches on you at the last second, you know, when you're not expecting it, you default to just grouping up. But Influence Rage made that call, made that adjustment, and luckily for them, they won that 2v2. It could have gone either way at that small little compound. I think it really came down to who picked up the guns.
Just able to get a little bit ahead on that drop, but either way, that's good news for Influence Rage. They did take a little bit of damage for it, and now they're moving out of Bootcamp to play a little bit closer to it. This quarry area now, a main focal point of this first circle. The west side, a lot of strong cover, a lot of solid positions here, and taking control of one of those could be really, really important. Rook currently the only team on that western side. As Kayovsky is going to continue the dastardly deeds of Influence Rage for the lobby leaders BTR, who are not safe in their first place spot. The fact that Influence Rage have been able to pick up those points, they're looking to get on that chase soon.
I didn't quite catch BTR's average points per game on Sandhawk, but maybe Sandhawk hasn't been, you know, up to their performance standards, so they elected to do that little kind of change and drop. Certainly has not worked out. Down to just Lapar. Lapar, great player, did absolutely amazing yesterday. This is going to be his toughest challenge yet as a solo on Sandhawk right now. He's in that quarry position. He spots a player. He's risky to even take shots, but beams that player off the motorcycle. Federal might even get thirsted here.
swaps windows. I mean, he just wanted to confirm that flush and gets the point back. I mean, absolutely, just able to open up through the window. Really, really solid stuff to pull a player off the bike as well. And maybe looking for a little bit of healing. I didn't quite catch if he had the meds to get back up to full health, but the rest of Influence Rage, having lost a player on this position, that is really bad news for them, to be honest. You really want to have as many alive as possible, keep all of those angles out of that compound.
Also, Rook heard the shot, so if Influence Rage overstepped this, thinking, you know, it'd be that 1v1, nope. Doesn't matter. Rook will actually find BTR. It would have gotten hairy potentially if Influence Rage pushed into BTR, and then, you know, Lepar being such a great player stalls out really long, and then Rook third parties both of them. But that won't be the case. But man, Lepar with an amazing shot. We didn't really catch the beginnings of it, but I know for sure the player on the motorcycle scouting that that compound was not going in a straight line. He was definitely, you know, zagging to the right or to the left, making those shots extremely hard to hit off the back of a motorcycle. So Lepar really outdid himself picking up that 1 point.
Sam9 over towards that dock split on the south side. They're playing nice and chill. Back for De Muerte there as well. This is the site actually of De Muerte's 0 elimination chicken dinner back in the European Championship as well. They were able to heal out in cave on the low ground to actually put themselves in the running to get those qualification spots. So a really, really solid position for them. Good memories on that south coast for them. So SEM, better worry, better watch out. Although Kenny's already on the inside of that cave, so they can't take it freely just yet. 0
chicken winner dinner. That is still crazy to me. But if there's a spot that could allow for that, it would be cave. It'd have to play out in the most perfect of ways. Maybe it might happen here, or to some degree at least get a cave ending. I know Hajux loves his cave endings. He always asks for it, never gets it. But this is a 7th circle. There is the potential for that. We just saw Brute Force on the northeast wrapping in right now. The central focal point of this map, not heavily populated just yet, because it is quite tough to make it all the way down south. And with the first circle shift to the east, to the north, that could change a lot.
Corker looking for control over the top of the cave hill. On that south side, you see Influence Rage up to the compound, just drawn a little bit short of Rook right now. The north edge of Quarry also occupied. Stage 2 just about to reveal itself. And we're going to go to Quarry again. So those compounds that Rook currently have a lot of control over, very valuable. And the Major Pride 2-2 split has paid off quite nicely as well. They are going to regroup. You can see them going very, very quickly up into their forward position. So getting those edge of Quarry compounds on the menu for a lot of teams, certainly on the mind as well. Weibo making that northern rotation past Paradise now.
Yeah, Major Pride in a lovely position right there. Not only is it center zone, it's on a hilltop that allows them visions to the north, to the south, basically 360 all around. And there's pathings that they could take wherever the circle shifts, so they set themselves up in a great position. Brute Force on the northeast has met some opposition in the form of IHC. They have lost 1 player. Sam9, ooh, blown up vehicle. Not sure if there was a casualty there, as De Muertes do have 4 up, but on the other side of the things, Queso catches one of the Vampire players off guard, and it is quickly traded back here, though.
A little bit too far forwards there for Schweppes, unfortunately. Does get knocked and immediately flushed. Tony K trying to divert past the Vibes players who are on the other side of the river at the moment. Everyone trying to get across as Queso are eliminated. Vampire down to 3, losing one of their players, and Vibes playing as a 2 right now on a 2-2 split. Both relatively close to one another, within about 150 meters, and they have got vehicles, so they are very much within support distance. And the fact that they've been able to take down a player from Vampire really assuages that threat from the western side. The question is, how much further in can they go? They'll have to push in just a few moments.
Just crossing from the southwest to the east through that bridge, or there's 2 bridges, is so difficult. There's always teams right around the corners of those areas, and even if there isn't, the further you drive in, you're passing through high ground, right? There's the hilltop on the northern bridge just south of Pinon, and then there's that huge hilltop on top of Cave. So both bridge crossings are very dangerous, very hard to execute. We've seen this plenty times before where teams do struggle quite a bit if they do have to make that rotation. It looks like Vampire still on the other side, just has crossed the bridge. They get that compound for themselves. It's they're still on the edge of the zone with many teams in front of them on the high grounds.
Muerte playing between the two hilltops right now, have fully regrouped over Vibes on the west side. Disengaging there. Vampire moving a little bit further south to get across. They have now got that compound away. DRS behind them over in Camp Charlie, still yet to cross, so they'll have to get through the water there. Not an easy move to make with the number of teams on that southwest corner. Meanwhile, over on the northeast side, Brute Force and Weibo have been on these long rotations, waiting to get into the circle, jousting back and forth with one another, as Brute Force kind of taking the brunt of the punishment at the moment. Weibo having all 4 of their players alive, sure, a bit of damage tagged onto Gap, but we're still in stage 2. It's very healable out in the blue zone. Ado trying to crawl back in.
I'm not sure if Weibo Gaming rotated this way to target Brute Force or not, because Weibo is coming in from the northwest. They are purposely wrapping over to the east. This might be a pathing strategy for them or break into this type of circle, and just so happens Brute Force is here. But Brute Force lost one to IHC. Potentially Weibo Gaming put the 2 and 2 together to know on the northeast side there's some fighting to be had, and they're picking up the scraps down to just the 1 player now. Weibo Gaming really getting these elim points. Blue zone is ticking just a little bit here. The last Brute Force player should go down very soon. He does catch a knock though. Tries to go for that confirmation. Not in time. Weibo Gaming pick up 3 elim points. We'll get that revive. And a hard shift to the west. This might actually work out for Weibo because now they can wrap and swing around again.
They still are in the blue zone, and looks like they've still got plenty of meds on board. So you're right, they do have a little bit more leg room to stretch out into. DRS, they're trying to play on that south side. They took the swim across the channel from Camp Charlie. Now they have this ridge line to start to move north on. You can see not too many teams in their way. SEM9 across the bay over towards the Cave Hill. They'll be worried about that position. They can start to encroach forwards. Demuerte moved into that position and disengaged from that Cave Hill, and now I feel like they're in one of the best spots. The difficulty they'll have, I think, is holding the teams from the north. The south hold a little bit easier.
Yeah, they're so center zone, though, I feel like, on a circle this small that even no matter where it shifts, one side will have a buffer zone for them. There's going to be multiple teams on that side having to push past each other into them. So they just have to worry about one team at most, no matter where the circle goes, in my opinion. We'll see how this plays out, though. IHC wrapping hard down on the southeast side. They will have to take that fight with SEM9, potentially. There is some compounds open right on the roadside. Let's see if they can manage to find that info and scout it out.
IHC pulling up to Tam here, who's lying in wait with a DBS. These shacks are so dangerous. You know the players are going to be moving on in. He does shuffle a little bit. I wonder if they can hear that. Maybe divert away. Okay, some shots from across the way. A third party might have just saved Tam, or maybe even saved IHC. I remember yesterday we were talking a lot about how IHC were just losing a lot of players off the rip fairly consistently. So today they want to try and keep as many alive as possible, as is generally the goal for a lot of teams, but maybe a little bit more important for this roster.
Yeah, it looks like they're not even considering the open compounds just right on the road, but who would? Those compounds are usually taken in a zone like this, so they're just trying to wrap around and fight their way in on the open ridgeline sides, looking towards Bino Storm here, just over the ridge top. And I think, yeah, they'll figure it out. No shots being fired from here. Last second, they do call it out. They rotate in. Not going to be able to save all the vehicles. Readjusting one. They know how strong vehicles are, especially on the edge of zone. They're probably going to have to make another fast rotation. They make it in with a couple vehicles, all 4 alive, most importantly, as we do head into the next shift. And Weibo Gaming did wrap around back to the northwest. And it's a hard northern shift.
I mean, this compound to the west of Quarry right now for Rook, this is a really, really good spot. Can they hold it out? Because they've got D+ and Weibo on the north, Influence Rage on that west. Demuerte are going to sail straight on in to a position on their south side. Major Pride going to have to figure out how to get through. It looks like they're actually going to go potentially over the middle of Quarry. I'm not entirely sure that that's... I mean, there isn't really a best choice here, but I think, okay, Naomi's just moving down to the other angles there, so they do have an off angle to cover the south side of Quarry.
Yeah, huge circle shift here. I think Major Pride recognizes with their, like, elevation advantage. They're just looking to push all the teams away and then third party from distance before even trying to move more central. Because if you move more central, you give up that high ground, a full team's coming in right behind you. IHC goes up to the high ground, onto Cave. We'll take that fight with DRS. Alex gets a quick one. DRS getting picked apart right now. IHC with only one player knocked. Rules on the low ground, catches one. It is a 2v2 situation here. No, 2v1. Alex, the last one up. Third party from distance, I think.
IHC looking to try and keep it together, but Alex goes down to a nade, and that's it for them. DRS looking to res on the top of hill in the meantime. Demuerte have taken some knocks across the way. I think that's coming from Rook over to the west side of Quarry, and they are going to look to get that res. Seems to be going quite well. Major Pride regrouped up to the position that Naomi moved to in the meantime over the east side of Quarry, and Bino Storm will take the shack just up the hill from them. So playing on the east side of Quarry, you're kind of locking yourself in to trying to play survival here. Crossing that Quarry, very, very difficult.
What's so special about this match in particular, though, for Sandhawk is that so many of these teams with 3 to 4 players alive have vehicles. Of course, Vampire's not going to get too lucky, losing another player down to 2. But Bino Storm is a 4-man team with vehicles. I did catch Sim9 rotating in as a 4-man as well, I think, yeah, with vehicles. So that means on the next circle shift, we could see vehicles being utilized with a full 4-man force, which is something we don't see on Sandhawk too often. Vampire crashes in. Tony K, he's going to have to do a lot here. 2v3 situation, no openings just yet. Molly in hand. This is tough for Vampire.
Kayovsky trying to hold the door frame, and Tony K has no chance against that. Kayovsky able to put him down there, get the flush. Now it's just Newsy. They know he's buying the rock. He's got that DBS. He's taking shots from a third party, and he has to peek out. That's Weibo to seal the deal. And Vampire out on the western side. Rook still in that central position. Next shift goes back to Quarry. Rook in a commanding spot still.
Yeah, Rook definitely in a very favorable position. I don't think anybody's really going to contest them for this in this zone. Weibo Gaming's going to have to push in, but you have D+ on the north that's going to be looking at them. Also Influence Rage as they're running in. The Vibes team right on to the backside of Demuerte. That's going to be a huge fight right here. They get the opening. 3v2 situation. Demuerte with only 2 up goes for that quick revive. Vibes with 3. Time's ticking. They need to push down before the revive goes through.
Try and get that one back together. Try and keep everyone in the mix. Demuerte on 3 players alive, 3 players active here. Trying to fend off against the Vibe squad out the back who have managed to get up into the wall. It's a 3v3. Furia cooking the nade over towards East, who puts his nade back in the pocket. Just a solid time on the reposition there from East to be able to get away from it. He's cooking another one. Apex trying to move, and that's a third party. It's Law from Influence Rage, who are moving in on this western side as well, trying to get ahead of this. They want to conclude it. Doorway sprayed down. East opening up the path for these nades, but no one's stepping out. No one's getting too big for their boots right now. As Influence Rage takes shots from Rook, trying to move on in. Maybe they're not going to engage on this as a third party. Bino Storm trying to move past Major Pride. It's just not going to happen. Major Pride is 4 on the eastern side. They're still in. Probably one of the better spots, but Demuerte, they went down to a couple of nades from East, who was able to get 2 with 1. Goodness me. Furia holding the door frame, and he will go down as well. Really well handled by East.
Yeah, East single-handedly did that, and you can see how many times he baited out the first few nades. The game sense, the mechanics on that guy, no wonder he's always showing up for the Vibes team. That was beautifully played out from the side of Vibes. East leading the charge there, breaking in, and that was a tough way to break into that zone too. I'm surprised they managed to pull it off. Weibo Gaming now on the north side contesting with D+. A huge nade right there. Another opening, 3v4 situation. They bring it down to a 3v3, and look at the ground Weibo Gaming has made. So aggressive. Needs to be careful though on that ridgeline side as one player does get caught, another goes down. Weibo Gaming had a chance, but that chance is not going to be afforded to them. Sook last one up. Third party by another team. I do believe that was Rook, and Weibo Gaming are out in 7th with 5 elims.
Really unfortunate there, you're right. It looks like they had the commanding presence in the fight. Looked like they had the pace to overwhelm on that northern side, but it just didn't happen. Circle goes with Rook in mind yet again, and that northern edge, they can get the res, still playing on as 4. Major Pride going to have to get into the quarry now and try and force all the teams around the other side to fight off against one another. I think it is a battle for second place, though, at this stage. Rook looking to still hold it down.
Major Pride, I mean, we saw what they managed to do yesterday. They might be keeping that momentum going here. Major Pride with 4 up, second place on the leaderboards. They saw BTR went down very early. Might spur them into action to actually taking this game down themselves. D+ down to the solo.
They've gone for a 3. They've moved 3 players already across the north side of the quarry. Really, really fast. D+ were embroiled, and now D+ have gone down to 1. A couple of nades from Major Pride scored for that. The north side completely dominated still by Major Pride. Nomi can look to regroup through as well as vibes start to fall out in the open. Sem9, Rook, and Major Pride, the major factors in this circle.
East is still up for vibes, though. It is a 1v4. I don't think he can pull off a miracle here. Yeah, he goes down. We are down to the last 4 teams, minus D+ on the north side. He is the 5th remaining team, but should go down quickly here. Yep. The last 4 teams, Sem9 going at it with DRS on that minimap on the southeast. It looks like DRS cut down to the last player. We're going to have a 3-way 4v4? It seems like it.
Major Pride have managed to move across the quarry. No mean feat. The teams on the north kind of took care of each other and they leapt on that opportunity. A nice decisive move, which is what we always like to see from Major Pride. They've been doing it fairly consistently. Sem9, though, they've held the south edge of quarry, and Rook now kind of actually have their work cut out for them. They're right on the edge of this zone. It's likely to push out after that. I don't think anyone's going to go for a full breach. We'll see if people can hold them out.
Major Pride keeping that 3-1 split. Nomi, of course, the one being split off. That's the most difficult position to play, the lurker. You have to know when to time your crossings, know how long to sit to provide that off-angle support. And with the blue zone closing in, Nomi will group up with the team a little bit more. Might be a knock in this zone, but that should be it. Yep, the knock does come out. Smokes are being laid down. Oh, that's more than just 1 knock. That's 2 knocks. Will Sem9 take this opening and pressure them in?
Towards Nomi as well. Look at that, down in the open. You can't get that back up for Major Pride unless he makes that long crawl up towards the ramp, gets back into the middle. But look at the 4 position from Naomi. They're looking to try and control the center of this next stage so that they can hold the middle. The res came through and Major Pride will play on as 3, but Rook will start to have sightlines now. Sem9 kind of making this really, really difficult here. And I think Nomi is just going to be a sacrifice at this stage. Nade in hand for Kenny. But are Sem9 overcommitting to just getting this 1 knock and stopping themselves from really getting around anything else?
Kenny could just really save those nades, unless they think there might be someone there getting a revive. Sem9 focusing on 2 teams right now. I like the patience out of Sem9. You know, if they overcommitted on that double knock, that's Rue coming in with a 3rd party and probably just taking the win. Sem9 keeps 4 up. The last zone is up. Center is onto Naomi, most likely.
But the 2 players for Sem9 down the hill, they went out to get the flush. They didn't even land those nades, and now they're going to have to move through the blue zone in order to get up the ramp. Dino has to get this heal off, but there's a player trying to rotate through the blue behind him. He goes down. There's just no way. Sem9 have thrown 2 of their players down there to go for a confirm, and they've wasted that opportunity. They could have all been on that top ground, all been on that high ground. If Major Pride can just survive for a little bit longer, they might even be able to throw a couple of nades over towards Rook. Actually, their supplies have run dry, so they're a little bit down on their luck. It's all up to the gunfights, and Punisher goes low.
Effect with that DPS goes prone, takes a massive amount of damage. He gets knocked. That was crucial. Naomi, last one up, will be taken out. And this is a Rook win because the last player out of Sem9 is downhill, no, in the blue zone. Yeah, and it is done. Rook with the circle blesses at that compound will take the dub. That was you could say that was an easy one for them, but for all the teams getting into 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, that was a fight to be had from all corners of the maps. Everyone condensed in, and it was just an absolute bloodshed.
Absolutely. I mean, Rook just had to wait, right? I still do not know what those 2 players from Sem9 were kind of going for there. They went down, and the blue zone was closing. They lost their route back up. They took a little bit of damage, and you just couldn't step out into the blue. It's zone 8. You can't withstand that take damage for that long. I think that would have gone very differently. And in fact, I think either Major Pride or Sem9 could have won that against Rook if that play had not have happened, if they didn't go down the hill.
Yeah, it would have been it would have been a toss-up because Sem9 would be running into 2 teams. It would have been a 3-way fight. Definitely, though, Rook got the better end of that with Sem9 going downhill and nading the last player, or one of the players of Major Pride too. So Rook with a huge win. Pusher with 1,000 133 damage right there. And Eugene with... Didn't they have 4 up towards the end? Or maybe they only had 3 up, but Eugene with 0 might have got taken out early.
I mean, he didn't take any damage, though. So that makes me think something's wrong
Oh,
with
wait.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with Eugene's stats there. But either way, Pusher, you're right. 6 knockouts, 6 elims, keeping it nice and level. So really great stuff from Rook. They, as you said, did get that circle blessing. So it's kind of, as we were talking about for a while, not unexpected that Rook were able to take that one home.
Yeah, the big thing for me, for the storyline at least, is BTR going out early and Major Pride finishing out in 3rd place with a decent amount of elims. So I think that gap has closed once again.
Yeah, they were sat in 2nd place at the start of today. There was an 18-point gap, and so every single point that they were able to earn here against BTR's total was absolute gravy. They got late, but they only got 3rd place, unfortunately. It was Rook to be able to take down the first chicken dinner on Sandhawk today.
Well, we didn't get the K finish as Ute was talking about, but you know, the Corey finish can be something we can be happy about, or the semi-Corey finish. We see Rook taking a very needed win. 12th place going into this match, and 7, this win should catapult them potentially into 7th place. Remember, I said it was only like a 14-point difference or 12-point difference between 7th and 13 or 12th. I think they might have been able to get onto the front page now.
Oh, 100% they should be able to get to the front page, and it's good to see that they're able to carry the good performances from the end of the day yesterday to here on the final match. Yeah, given that they were circle blessed, but the proactiveness that we saw of that team for the longest time, I was like, okay, are they getting any eliminations? And then we end up looking at their elims, end up with more 10 or more. Impressive out of this team. But to be honest, the major takeaway out of all this is Major Pride. They played that so well. Yeah. I had them ending nowhere near a top 3. The way they were able to, their awareness, especially against Beano Storm, was great. Got them pretty much, eliminated them very, very easily. And then they waited for the right timing between, it was Weibo and D+. As soon as Weibo got eliminated, they decided to send it on D+, and caught D+ pretty much with their pants down. It was just beautiful timing out of Major Pride.
Yeah, second most impactful thing to me is Sem9's throw. Like, the commitment for 2 players. You didn't even need to commit 1 player down there, but to send 2. And yeah, that position at the end, actually, those grenades, throwables being thrown over onto Major Pride's position was a big threat. None of them really landed as much as I think they could have. But either way, I think Sem9, like, that confirming that 1 elimination wasn't worth what happened with throwing those 4 points from 2nd to 1st place overall.
You can see, by the way, Cameron, Vampire falling from 7th to 11th. But I'm going to go one step further. The 3rd most impactful thing about that game for me, D+, man, Paradise. They finally took the fight against Genesis. They wiped them out. They finally looked more confident. They got a lot more eliminations than we see on average for them. It's nice to see D+ have some life back in them, as they're currently up to 8th place now as well. I think a lot of teams, Sem9, D+, Rook, even Major Pride, to kind of solidify their spot in 2nd place, had a very important match for them to either help, maintain a position or to move themselves up the leaderboard finally.
Yeah, and for D+, it comes down to what you said. They were willing to take the fight. They were actually, I think Cam said it perfectly too when we were watching the game, is that we're willing to actually play to win the game. They weren't being too passive, and that's what we want to see out of that team. Yeah. As soon as they ended up getting the knock, they decided to actually fully push onto GE and make sure they eliminated them. And the way they were able to do it without losing any players works out wonders.
Yeah, it really was just the amazing timing of the cross from Major Pride that cut that run down. So I'm curious to see if they would have gotten, how many more eliminations after that they would have got if Major Pride didn't just swerve right in front of them. But going over to Erangel, we see the top performers here. This is where you really kind of want to expect Bigatron to unlock themselves, because the start of this game for them was not good at all.
It was just, warming up the fingies. That's all that was. Getting a little warmed up. I know how John loves that. His fingies, which he hides in his sleeveys. PUBG Mobile, though, the Game Awards has been nominated as the best esports game. You guys can go vote for that, and it's going to end by December 7th, so make sure you guys get the votes in. You can even do it on your new Infinix GT10 Pro, which was born for voting for PUBG Mobile to be the best esports game. See what I did there?
That was nice. I want to see you with that.
I don't know, Cameron's just deadpan, just like...
I'm just here for the ride.
Well, luckily for you, you were tall enough for this ride. 7, on the other hand, we had to let him in. But we are moving into Erangel here in just a few moments. Bigatron, yeah, questions about that. Major Pride, I feel like Nomi's position, I even said this while we were watching, is that Matic can learn a thing or two from him. Because the off angle he had, by the way, at Quarry, completely separated from his team. I feel like he eliminated Osal from being somewhat in the fight to stop Major Pride from taking out his teammates because of that position he had. I think we see Major Pride just have a really good understanding of positions they can take, a really good understanding of like where all the teams are around them. Like when they took out Beano Storm, they knew their backside was completely clear and they could play around this. Major Pride for me are honestly becoming a pretty major contender for PMGC Grand Finals, and I never would have said that looking at them necessarily in EU regionals.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is behind them, so it's totally understandable why we're all kind of falling in love with them, jumping on the bandwagon right now. But going over to Erangel, like, this is a map that is a lot more, I mean, one, teams have significantly more reps, they're a lot more familiar with it, but it gives more opportunities for teams to find more strategic clutch plays. So we'll see if they can't continue this momentum as we go through the rest of the day.
Okay, well, let's head over to our commentators. We're going to dive into our first Erangel of 3 here on day 3 of the PMGC Group Yellow. Take it away, John and Zute.
Of course, once more going into that middle block of Erangel matches. It's great to be back on those grassy pastures as always. So we'll see which teams are going to be able to take that first step forward. We didn't see Vampire perform too well on Sanhok yesterday. That's repeated today. But then on that Erangel, they started to step up into the really, really strong point scoring day that they had. So I'm hoping the Vampire are going to be able to bring this one back into the fold and replicate yesterday's performance.
Yeah, I think Vampire need to not just replicate yesterday's performance, but find some consistency. Because if they keep getting these like really terrible games and then these huge blowout games, it's gonna come down to luck almost. Like on the final day, are they gonna find that big chicken dinner, or are they not? I think they need a little bit of that influence rage consistency. That would definitely help them out in terms of, you know, the points. But we will see what happens today. So far, every day has changed up quite a bit, going from day 1 to day 2 and coming into day number 3. The only consistent thing I see so far is Major Pride keeping that momentum from their last chicken dinner yesterday.
They are keeping up the pace, which is good, but it's only been one match, and you know, we can always find it within ourselves to forgive a single match. The question is, multiple consistent matches need to be kept up to pace with. Influence Rage, sure, they didn't have the greatest match in that previous game, but they still got 5 points, so they still managed to get that one up. South Plane Path on the first Erangel. It goes from Primorsk up to, I think, just south of Lipovka, and so it's going to cut out a lot of places towards that northern side. Potential for some vehicle hot drops, as you will always see on plane paths that lean directly to one side.
Yesterday we had a reversed plane path of this. It came from the east to the west, but similar, very south. And we saw a contested hot drop, not even a hot drop, just like a scrap, just north of northwest of Quarry. It was like 2 teams dropping out of compound, probably for vehicles, and then forced to engage each other. I think it looks like the teams have adjusted now, though, because right now it's just Vampire and one other team.
IHC.
Yeah, that is IHC indeed. And Vibes going towards a military base. Queso sticking with their split drop right outside of military base towards the bridge on the main island. Doesn't look like much hot drops could happen on the west, but towards the east, that just means more teams will be dropping out towards that eastern side and stretching north. We should see something happen here.
I'm counting at least 4 different teams moving in that central group over towards Shelter, and the circle does go east, keeps a lot of the military island in, but mostly on that mainland. Could always go south, but we'll have to wait and see. Still, that area around between school and up to mansion is really, really hotly contested. It looks like they have just about managed to extricate themselves from one another, but I'm still looking at Genesis over on that west near to D+, near that school and apartments area. Still could be a little bit of trouble in that spot.
That's 3 teams really close to each other in that area, but hold on, Sem9, not towards school. This is just straight down that middle, catches Influence Rage. This looks like a flash from the past, but it was BTR last time chasing down these eliminations. This time it's Sem9 onto the most consistent team, so that's definitely going to put a damper on that consistency. Influence Rage down to 2 members, and they might even find that other player in law hiding in the shack.
Influence Rage. I mean, they did it to BTR. Have to
yeah, they're
have
coming.
a taste their own medicine. They will scout this one out. And Law trying to hide, but he can't quite get it done. Tries to slash with the knife at the door frame, but the DBS is ready and waiting. And it will bark plenty loudly. Law will fall. And now just one player left. I think it's Federal for Influence Rage and Yasnaya. The only player in Yasnaya, actually. Rook might be able to divert in.
Yeah, Federal, the lone survivor. Influence Rage, finally, well, the game's not over yet for them, but, I mean, this is definitely going to be their worst performing map, most likely, or performing match, most likely, down to just the one player. Weibo Gaming, Vibes right below them on that leaderboards. They might drop out of that top 3 here in this very game.
Could be dangerous. Vibes have to cross, though. And I feel like a lot of teams are going to be on that south coast, so it's going to be a treacherous maneuver to try and make. The question is timing, as I think it will be for Vibes. When do they go for the crossing? It's most likely... I mean, they haven't gone for it yet, which indicates to me that they're probably going to wait for maybe even next phase to make that move from that south island before they can mount on up. Vampire, they're looting through Primorsk. They're split up towards some of the quarry compounds as well, with IHC going a little bit further north on the west coast. So they haven't had much trouble to start things off, but they're going to have to move east as well, past Major Pride, past Weibo, and Team Queso.
Yeah, IHC out here should not be looting here. They should have gone for vehicles and just gone up to, their usual spot in Georgepol. I don't know if this is a primary loot location for them. I mean, the loot's not terrible here. Could be better if you just drive up a little north, and it looks like they are doing that now. Or they might go for a fast rotation, but with the circle so far east, I don't think they really have any circle priority in getting into a favorable position. And yeah, it looks like they are going to go north and continue looting up in Georgepol. It just took a while for them to find a vehicle, maybe not finding any over that stretch as they were jumping out of the plane. Weibo Gaming rotating out of Pachinki already, going to a more central focused position. The teams around the bridge still there, so Team Queso, DRS. Well, DRS isn't on the bridge, but just a little bit off of it. The military base crossing, like you mentioned, will be difficult, especially with the circle being this far south. It does prompt a lot of teams to hover around the bridge locations.
Weibo shifting on through. Nice and liquid in their rotations right now. On the south side, nothing much in their way, so they will just be able to flow through past Farm. D+ on the north side of it, moving down from Potato Hill. Got to get a little bit closer to there as well, but draw up a little bit shorter and players 4 together. I haven't seen a punished split from D+ recently, so I'm not sure if that's been fixed fully, but it hasn't certainly punished them as it has done previously. We'll have to wait and see for that to be confirmed, though.
I think it definitely has been addressed to some degree within their team, with just how disastrous the splits have been. So with D+ playing a bit closer together, I think they are performing much better. And plus, if they had those, splits condensed in those games, where we saw it fail, it was always towards the late game, and they were in great positions. That's why those splits were so dangerous and failed, because so many teams would prioritize at least one of those spots that D+ was playing. So we'll see coming into today how well they do. They are in 9th place, a bit far down in the leaderboards for my taste to try and make that top 3, but if you look at the points, it's about a 30-point difference, and we are just starting today so far with only 1 match played. So a lot can still be done for the D+ side to make that top 3.
Yeah, we are starting to see that gap for the top 3 start to stretch away a little bit. That 10-point drop from 4th to 5th has started to be a little bit more ominous as time draws on. Of course, you've only got 2 days left of play, and we're already into one of those, a match, so you cannot waste any time at this stage. And you're right, it is a little bit far down the tables, but then again, we were talking about Vampire being able to make it, and I think that's still the case. I think if you go down to like 13th, maybe to Team Queso and below, it's going to be really, really tricky, but even there, it's still, obviously it's still technically possible, but below 13th place, I think it's kind of out of the question at this stage. It's just that chase for that 11th spot.
Yeah, and also we're highlighting Vampire mainly because of the caliber of the team. If they weren't Vampire, we wouldn't even consider like, oh, 11th, yeah, they can make top 3. Like, technically, yes, but the team caliber of this lobby, like we've heard it time and time again, this is the group of death. So if you're just one of the weaker teams, like that is not experienced as others in the group of death, the chances of you getting, you know, a fantastic day with multiple chicken dinners is infinitesimally small. So making that top 3, not likely to happen.
It's going to be a lot less likely, you're right. But Vampire, they've already got 2 chicken dinners, right? So the fact that they're in 11th right now just shows you how lackluster their day 1 was. And they still have a lot to prove. And they're currently on the west side over towards Pachinki. Major Pride have gone down towards the blue houses on the coast. They'll be moving along that side for the time being. I'll be interested to see if it goes down south again, how much of the military island could be in, if we're going to have to see a mad dash, because that will burn a lot of teams' resources. That west bridge is still unguarded, so if you have to make that move, it's still available, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of teams divert for it fast. This is a really weird split for a lot of these teams. I think BTR on the bikes are going to look to move towards the bridge, but do Vibes and Beano Storm go across at this stage? I feel like you just hold south.
Yeah, it's either hold south or wrap west now, but it's like it could go back south. Like this really zone is it's really evenly split. It looks like Vibes will go for that crossing, and I think they scouted out no vehicles on the other side, so they're going to go ahead and take it. They can cross back south if needed. Of course, Beano Storm will be camping it, and the mad rush for a position has come through. So many teams driving in, trying to find whatever they can, and honestly, I'd say the first compound you roll past that you're not being shot at, just stop there, because any further and you're risking a lot.
It is really, really tricky now. A lot of teams being crushed into these compounds on the south side, in Milta as well, where we could see a few teams actually have to try and just post up. Over on the east side, that's De Muerte taking on Sem9 as Sem9 move down from that shelter area towards Milta. But there is a trade back and forth. You can see there are 2 teams already moving on in. Bigatron just a little bit further across the way. Malloy down and far forwards for De Muerte. A little bit inaccessible for Corker, but in comes Milky Way for the off-angle cover. Malloy takes another tick of damage from a nade. Now Sem9 need to be careful, but the suppression from Milky Way, trying to keep Malloy in the mix.
Nade coming out from Tam, firing towards, falls just short of Milky Way. Milky Way with the smokes. Yeah, he definitely wants to get into some better hard cover out there. Malloy goes down. Good trade right back by Korka. They're going to re-aggress here. I think they realize Sem19 is split with the pressure fire coming in from their west side, so they're going to isolate this, go for the finish, try and stop that revive. The revive will come through, but I don't think the player will get the first aid off. Those mollies doing a little bit more harm, potentially slowing them down. Revive is up. Falls back down. Mikhail with that DBS. Maybe could get a first aid. No, another nade. Mikhail getting no luck and trying to stay in this fight. And Tam trying to eject out of here. Gets a quick couple of shots and a knock. Down to 1 HP though. And the nades are good out of De Muerte.
Kenny isolated on the other side of the road, just gets out of there with a buggy, but he's taking damage. I think that's from BTR on the hill, and he will fall. Sem9 out of action. De Muerte down to 3 players. Corker can get rezzed here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now, are the rest of the teams going to be able to find a location? Because Genesis have started to split over the hills to the northwest of Milta. BTR are playing split on that south side. You can see the compounds that they control right now. Really, really important in this next circle.
Team Queso, Big Milo playing that split again. Yesterday, he redeemed himself for sure, showing he can get the work done. So they're going to continue with that 3-1 split. And it's very obvious he is the designated off-angle player trying to do more for the team. A very tough role to take on as a circle. I mean, it just shifts right back into the center. Military base kind of out of question. The bigger question is, can we see a bridge ending if it goes south?
I mean, it's certainly possible. Vampire holding off IHC on the west side. IHC did, in fact, go up to South George in the end, so they took your advice, grabbed some vehicles, went up there, and then rotated in late. Similar kind of story for Brute Force. I feel like we're seeing Brute Force do a lot of this, just stay in the blue for a long, long time. I wonder if we can get some stats on just how much time they've spent in the blue, because I feel like it's almost every game we're seeing them coming in late to these circles, and they are making an entrance on the north side now towards Genesis. In the meantime, D+ and DRS sharing a compound on the peninsula.
DRS with only 3 though, and D+ with 4 grouped together this time around. This is a numbers advantage for D+, but the angles do favor DRS a little bit, as they are spread out a little more than the side of D+. It's going to be hard for D+ to mount an offensive push here, and they are not aware that the fact this is a 3-man team that has breached their complex area. So it might just end in that stalemate. Zone still ticking very slowly in, so it might be a bit before we see where the circle goes, which will prompt the teams to fight or just continue to stay as neighbors. Brute Force coming in very late from the northern side, looking around, trying to control all the open terrain to open up their options.
I'm looking at what Vampire are doing right now. Sure, Brute Force are coming in late from the north side, but Vampire, they had a position on the west behind Major Pride. They've diverted to the west bridge. They're now on the military island and moving across the north side of it. I'm not entirely sure what the goal is here. I mean, it must be to go across the east bridge, right? I mean, it has to be. But how are they going to make this work? I mean, it's a really interesting call.
I don't know.
I'm going to have to wait and see what the idea of it is, because it feels like a little bit of a misstep. Or maybe they know something I don't.
I see a potential line. I would love to have the mini-map up to explain this, but for the viewers that might be able to get it, there's that ridge line right outside the gas station at the bridge complex. And from the southern military island, you can see if there are teams there. So maybe they're hoping to swim into the center of zone, potentially. That could be the only thing that comes to my mind, because fighting in from the southern side of the bridge, it's not good. It's not free. That's the problem. It's not a free rotation.
I'm very confused by it, to be honest. I'm really interested. I mean, you could see it on the minimap now. Vampire on the south side. They were just behind Major Pride out on the west, but now
they held out IHC. We saw that earlier. Yeah, so
this is crazy. This is crazy from Vampire, and they're going to have to move. So we'll see what their plan is from here on out. But it keeps a lot of water in this next circle, Zute. So for everybody else in this lobby as well, this is desolate land.
Yeah, and treacherous waters too, because we're going to see teams elect to go for that water play. Look, Major Pride already doing so. They might go for that swim up to that gas station ridgeline that I was just talking about. That's the only viable play from the west side in that water now. And it could work out, because the thing with D+ and DRS right here, they're kind of just barely enough in the zone where that better position, further down, they might not go for it. No, D+ spots it out. They are going to elect to take the superior positioning. Great choice out of D+. All on bikes. Just that little ridge on the beach side will give them enough cover to make it here. And, oh, what a great rotation out of D+. Launching over the ridge straight into the gas station, too. You can't do that with any other vehicle. Oh, never. Oh, he didn't make it. Okay, I thought he did.
No, the first player did. There were two bikes, right? And I think that was the second player. He hopped out. You can see that bike down there on the left. Actually, a lot of shots coming through from Vibes over on the bridge. Really nice high ground there as BTR trying to hold off against Brute Force's crash. They sail straight on through from the north side. They were on the hills northwest of Milta. They managed to find a route through. Genesis couldn't quite take them down. And Genfoss a little bit too far forwards to hold out on his own. They're going to have to wait. Ravenclaw and the rest of Vampire as well starting to move across the bridge now. Maybe this was their plan all along. They know where this circle's going to go, and they like to play the back of the bridge. So they'll crunch these teams on the bridge, Beano Storm and Vibes. But the high ground is dangerous. Beano Storm still lying in wait.
Ooh, being patient with his shots right there. Newsy doesn't want to give away his position. Oh, leans and scopes to the left. Misses his chance. He's going to have to go fishing there. I don't think Vampire's expecting two teams here. They're probably expecting at most one. They've already dealt with Beano Storm out of the picture, so if they spot another player, they might get a decent idea that, hold on, this doesn't seem right. It might be a second team on the bridge. On the other side of things are heating up in the land. It looks like Brute Force is going to control that compound. IHC stuck at the shack on the outside, and still so many teams here with strong positions.
Major Pride have been swimming over to the bridge for the whole time. Look at this angle from Doc, and nade over to Schweppes. That should be on the money perfectly. I wonder if they know where it's come from as well, because he hasn't given that gunfire away. Tony K seems to be unaware, but a banked nade drops into the middle. That might be a little bit more obvious. The next one sails over to the stairs, and Tony K just about evades the full damage of it. But he's got another in the pocket, and so does East. Two players from Vampire going down, and Doc's position. He can now start to step up. He can now look for these trades. Doesn't want to go down, and actually Newsy is going to be most likely to find this nade over to east. Smokes are still bloomed, and the high ground's still completely unnoticed, but they're aware there's another team on the bridge.
Oh yeah, Doc is going to cross over here and get the finishes. One more nade. It's good. Only 2 players up. They got the reset onto Tony K, and I still think they have no idea. However, Doc is crawling close enough where they can see footstep indications on the minimap if they happen to glance at it, but the bullets will definitely give it away. Still 2 players up, I think, for Vampire, but they're pretty much done and out of this fight. Circle is about to shift as well, and the blue zone will be the death of them. I think Tony K, the last to fall to that play zone. And Major Pride, they swam across. This was the play I thought Vampire was going to elect to do, but Major Pride pull it off in a much more favorable spot, right? Coming in from the north, you don't have to swim as far. Major Pride keeping 4 up. Problem is no vehicles.
I find that play from Vampire just to be so questionable. It's probably one of the wildest players I've ever seen. I'm going to have to get onto Satani about that.
I agree.
I'm going to have to message him because that was absolutely crazy. If it had worked, sure, maybe we would have given them credit, but I just think kind of nuts. We'll be remembering that one for a while. Genesis trying to crash onto IHC's shack, and it's going okay, I would say, for IHC, but they have so many sightlines sent over to their way. Sorry, not for IHC, for Genesis. They are going to lose a lot of players. Brute Force was sending nades down to IHC before. Team Queso have their off angle as well. They'll be fighting for this position. BTR in a really strong spot now.
Yeah, BTR in a great position. Brute Force really trying to thread the needle through that shack with those nades, or thread the nade through the... Wait, thread the needle through the... Hold on, I'm just going to say, they're trying to throw the nades into the shack, but it's not working. Weibo Gaming in the distance with 4. Weibo Gaming have yet to really make a huge play, and they're going to have to soon if they don't get the zone. They do have 4 players up, though. But a lot of teams have been cut down. Now we're into the last 10 or last 11 teams.
Vibes have made their way across now after their defense. Major Pride struggling against Nolbu, but he's only able to get 1 before the flush comes in. Naomi needs to crawl into some cover because D+ are going to launch some nades out this way. Vibes not quite in the greatest position to be able to find this. Smoke starting to bloom. They're not taking any chances here, and Dino's going to enact the res onto Naomi. Naomi still further back for Major Pride, and will be looking to hold it down. Playing the off angle seemingly quite well for this roster.
Yeah, Naomi, a very strong player. His damage number proves it too. And like I mentioned earlier, the most difficult role is that off angle. You have to be able to think for yourself a lot because the team can't see your vision. Sometimes you have to make the important calls from your position because you see stuff that your team doesn't. Naomi definitely the player up to task for it. On the northeast side, Rook, the winners of the first game, staying strong as for. Demorte just down to Milky Way, and they are going to pressure this in.
Just keep their push going. Corker down, and Default now has backup from Rami. With that DBS on the inside, Milky Way with that DBS himself in hand, spots a player cooking a nade and nearly clips the wings, but isn't going to be able to fly this time around. Milky Way back on upstairs. Corker still low. I think he crossed that door frame. There is damage pouring in through the doors. That's from Brute Force out to their eastern side. Corker just wanted to stay safe, but you can't find it. Nades up and in through the window. You're locked into that corner. You can't cross back, and Rook take down Demuerte.
Major Pride are doing a lot of damage from this ridge line. They've got a Nox onto Vibes, found a nade through. Now they're going to look to take the gas station. Got to be careful, though, because Vibes is still there, and they get the zone. So maybe it's a risk not really worth taking. Just leave that solo in there for now, as the Vibes player are taking shots at them.
Trying to survive with Fabian in the gas station. Major Pride still taking knocks out on their western coastline. And Team Queso and Bigatron, really the 2 teams in these really strong positions up to the north. Team Queso 4 players, Bigatron with 4 as well. Major Pride have been fighting through. And Vibes, by the way, climb up these tables over these last couple of matches that we've seen from them. They're in 3rd place right now. With Influence Rage taking that dip, they have 6 eliminations. They're really keeping up the pace with Mongolia.
Yeah, Vibes doing great for the region. Of course, STE being such a strong team, Vibes also stepping up to the plate. Weibo Gaming getting caught in a tough spot. This back off angle from West Carry is doing great for Genesis, because if Genesis was all in the shack, this is an easy breach in for Weibo Gaming, and Genesis had no real fighting chance, but Carry really dampening that push out of Weibo Gaming, trying to get a confirmation. Weibo Gaming looks like they could be reset to 4. Rook now having to make their mad dash, and oh, this is one full send if I've ever seen one. They're getting cut to pieces.
It is a tough move to make, and it will not be successful. Rook eliminated. The shots from Brute Force just a little bit too much to bear. Weibo trying to cross from this western edge as well, over towards Genesis. Everybody trying to cinch in, but it's Team Queso really holding out this northwestern side right now, with Gianti from DRS, the last player alive for them as well on that western edge, just trying to stay alive over on the beachhead. It's going to be really, really tricky stuff. Ming crawling around out there, not having the best of times for Weibo.
So taking some long distance shots for that mini, running extremely low on that mini ammo too. He's got to be careful because Wyman hasn't been able to make that cross yet, and I don't think he will. So if Sook gets knocked, that is not going to be a likely revive. But Wyman also not in the zone. He's going to have to make that cross, and that smoke he threw earlier is starting to dissipate.
Does manage to just make that mad dash. And finds himself on that tiny little ridge line that you can see that buggy and both of those players posted up behind. Brute Force now from the northern side, taking nades over towards Genesis and looking to poke their nose in towards that Bigatron hold on the eastern edge. Will be pretty important to make their next move carefully, concisely. Need to be accurate with their play now.
About to head into circle number 7 here. Fabian staying alive. Major Pride did try to finish that out, but Vibes team stopping that short. There is still the solo of DRS. I don't know if Major Pride realizes that he's still there. They were taking shots towards that direction earlier, so they just have to keep in mind that that position isn't fully flushed out yet. But as a solo, Yanti isn't going to try and do much if he keeps getting the zone, which he's going to have to hope he gets the next one.
Oh my goodness.
He does!
Team Queso as well in that brilliant compound position, but it's going to be Brute Force and Bigatron both staring them down. Daggers from the off angles there. Major Pride from the south side have a difficult push to make. They're going to have to strafe across that Weibo and DRS solo hold area, and I don't know how successful they can be. I wonder how much utility they're going to have to make it.
I think it's doable because there's that ridgeline on the beach. If they could get there, I mean, Ganti is the only real opposition. Of course, crossing over towards that ridgeline is going to be risky with Queso. But Queso, if they wait it out, Queso's going to be concerned about BTR and everyone else on the northeast. This is very doable for Major Pride if timed correctly. And the big thing for me is all the teams with the most amount of players all lost the zone. Brute Force, BTR, Vibes, Major Pride. This is going to be a big push out of all 4 of these teams.
There is that little hill as well, just to the north side of the road. I don't know if it will have exact cover for Brute Force just on the edge here. But here we go, Vibes rolling on into the last player from D+. They're able to take him down with no casualties. They can get the healing done and then get a move on. In the meantime, nades in from Major Pride. A third-party attempt onto this push forwards, and maybe timely made as well. A nade over the top finds Apex, and now Doc and Baron low on the inside. More nades looking to come on through as well as they drop those smokes to keep their position up on the wall nice and secure from that northern side. Major Pride continue to bombard and slow down the players crucially from Vibes. Remember, these players do not have a lot of time to play with. Burn onto the inside and Major Pride making their bid for freedom towards that beach.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see they didn't get too distracted from potential eliminations there and went and pushed over the wall, because even if they take out Vibes, there's nothing much for them to play for there, so they recognize the task at hand still. They will go down to the southern beach side. Sook with a nice knock from distance onto Effect. With enough smokes, Effect can crawl down and get revived, but Sook has eagle eyes looking over here. This is the most likely point for Sook, so he shouldn't be looking anywhere else. More shots coming in, and ooh, I don't know who that was from. Effect down to just 1 HP now.
Gianti came through with a nade over onto Naomi on the forward position for Major Pride. They're being split apart. I don't know if they know he's there. Apex able to get that nade. That's from Vibes up on the top of the ridgeline, finding that shot. Naomi very, very low. Dino gonna have to make a mad dash to try and save him, but Major Pride down. In the meantime, Bigatron rolling on up to Team Queso. Zatalis goes down first on the crash. Artur's low on the backline looking for a heal, but Bigatron playing with two. Superboy the next to fall, and Lapar left last to stand in the face of Team Queso. Has got that auto shotty, but it's not gonna work out. Brute Force cut apart in the meantime as well. Nobody's been able to make this cross towards Team Queso, and it is their game to lose at this stage.
Oh, Major Pride down to 2. They had a chance with 4, but now down to 2, and the zone not favoring them either. Also, Queso will have free reign over the entire sightlines of the south side with 4 players up. No one going to be able to contest them either. And it looks like Vibes are hopping over and going downhill. Just trying to get the points now. That will get confirmed. Dino, the last one up, and he realizes, I'm going to take this 1v1, get a placement up, and maybe the 1 point. Gianti still holds strong.
Actually, a lot of the players from Vibes are down. Gianti, if he finds a nade on the body here, or anything really, he might be able to find something, but no, he's going to use that last first aid. Maybe have time to dip back out, but no, he's going to have to move forward over this ridgeline into sight lines, and this is now no man's land for him. I'm out with the angle right out this way, but there's a little bit of bush cover. His Vibes are going to have to crawl forwards. No nades in hand means that it's going to be difficult to make. Gianti's still going for DRS.
Yeah, DRS staying strong, but finally caught out by YML. He stands up, gets the shots in. We're down to the last 4 teams. Queso just looking to get as many points as they can. YML trying to steal some of those away. Didn't get that one. There's still the solo of Brute Force on the north. He's not going to do much, though, I don't imagine. But there is 4 different teams in play here.
Looking at Vibes total, and right now they've got 11 eliminations, Zute. They have a massive dent put in that lead that they have been closing from that Sandhawk as well. Going into this match, they are looking to put up a lot of points. Even if Baron goes down here, this is a very, very significant shift in the tables that we've seen so far today. They started on 87 points today. Their Sandhawk was good. Can they get even better here? It's Team Queso looking to burn out onto Neos. That damage will tick away. That's Brute Force going down. That's YML falling as well. And Vibes have laddered up into 2nd place with 11 eliminations. Sits down in the blue, denies the point here. Team Queso will be able to take this one down from the compound that they were holding on that side. They didn't have to leave it. They did get a little bit of a blessing, but they played for 9 eliminations on that chicken dinner and a really, really solid position coming through for the team. And once more, they're looking at T-pose on us. They did it yesterday when they were able to get a chicken dinner, and they're going to do it again today.
Yeah, get the pictures in. And honestly, Queso did have a very far rotation to make to get to that center spot, so they risked it and they got rewarded. It's not like they just started off right around there. So good job to Team Queso. Also, holding that compound might, seem easy when the circles keep shifting around you, but it's not the strongest of compounds. A lot of sight lines. You could get knocked, another team could push in, so they had a great job at defending as well. Queso with a major win. Vibes, though, for me, just rising into that 2nd place position with a lot of elims is one of the bigger stories for me.
Really, really strong performance coming through from Vibes to be able to play over towards that bridge side as well. And I think, speaking of the bridge, the one thing that we are just going to be continually questioning is the vampire play in that map.
Yeah, everyone
and I think
blow up Sir Tanny's DMs right now.
Yeah, absolutely, because what was going on there, I mean, you were trying to piece together the puzzle, but I feel like I was certainly floundering to try and justify that sort of a play. I don't know if you were as well. I wonder if the desk has any ideas as to what happened, but for me, it's just a misstep. I don't think we'll see that happen again on that sort of a circle. I mean, if you think the circle's going to go to the military island, sure, it's a great play, I think, but I just don't think there was any way it was going to happen.
Yeah, to keep things fair, fighting in from the northwest would have been hard, right? But the thing for me is they had 4. Like, if you have 4 players, just do your best, stick to the fundamentals, pick up what elims you can, and then go out. But to commit 4 for a Hail Mary, crossing to the south, I don't think that was the play. But what was the play was going for the very early rotation center, which Team Queso did, and they absolutely got that chicken dinner.
Yeah, well, close things out here. A massive victory for them, and as Seven was saying while we're watching the game. And Team Queso holding the compound, not necessarily the easiest ones, as we heard Zute mention as well. But I think the punishment they put onto Bigatron before the cross, they knocked and eliminated one player before BTR made the push, was really the key to victory there. But I do kind of wonder, gentlemen, if the zone went towards Bigatron instead, would Queso have been able to penetrate that compound and have still taken the game?
No. That's absolutely not. I was impressed. I mean, you heard me talking about it. I was so impressed that they were even able to survive the push from the compounds, and they also got kind of blessed a little bit that a lot of the other teams were not focused within that compound because, like Sute was saying, that compound is so hard to hold. There's so many windows, there's so many angles that you can actually get shot from. But overall, honestly, for a team that needs a good performance at a Team Queso, 11 Ilims, they're able to take advantage of that circle bless. But I'm more impressed by For Miracle, the way that they were. Who was it? I think it was Doc, if I'm not mistaken. The grenades that he was able to throw on Vampire Esports, realizing that, hey, they're going to think that it's my teammates throwing that and waiting for the right time to actually go and shoot them. And then continuing on from that, pushing the gas station. Overall, For Miracle, great performance out of them. Considering this is a team that was in top 3 or the top 5 at least without any chicken dinners.
Yeah, honestly, I'm actually even more impressed by what they did after the bridge. Sure, that cheeky position on top was neat, it was clever, it was fun, got a couple of eliminations there, but then pushing up in the gas station, going towards the east, the circle shifts west, they then sweep back around, back through D+, try to go through Major Pride. 11 eliminations, really good performance by them, having to go through so many different trials and tribulations for that, and it's going to put them in 3rd place. They're going to jump right back up, and again, it's just because of how tight this entire leaderboard is still looking after all of these games. But they have 114 points. They broke the 3-digit break.
I want to give a shout out to Major Pride as well, because we had the zone shift out down towards that bridge on the east side of Military, right? But then you see Major Pride swim across towards that bridge to actually get up onto land yet again. They defend, or actually they push into D+, who was already handicapped by For Miracle, who took down a player getting into the gas station, but they're able to defend that position, use smokes to shoot over as well to keep DRS at bay, to try to put as much pressure down Nomi as well, trying to play an off angle. But then obviously, like you mentioned, Cameron, getting kind of shot in the back by For Miracle as they had to rotate towards the zone. Honestly, a lot of teams put out a pretty good performance. I think Bigatron was the one I kind of felt bad for because they had such a great position. It's just the zone went away from them and they had to kind of play things out with the game they were given.
I mean, you know, that is what it is. I did actually want to note Queso's current position on the overall leaderboard. They put themselves up in, I believe, 7th place or so. But what stood out to me is actually where their points came from. If you remove the 2 rounds, the 2 wins that they got, they have 14 placements in 12 rounds, which isn't great. It's not terrible. It's still above 1 per game, just marginally. It's actually the eliminations that they're still slightly lagging behind. And so this again puts us into the question of how are they defending a compound, maybe perhaps pushing a compound themselves, and actually really getting into these gunfights, because again, these like straight up 4v4s, those are the things that can make or break a team trying to go for good successes.
I'll say this though, still better than Vampire, who only has 6 points outside of their 2 victories when it comes to placements. So at least doing better than Vampire, but it is a very good point. It's about the consistency that we're looking for. And speaking of consistency, I gotta be consistent in my sponsor callouts, because Infinix, the GT10 Pro, you guys can pick one up, which was born for esports professionals. You guys can pick one up for yourselves and dominate the lobby. And of course, in between your matches, or if you get knocked and eliminated early on, you can get over to TikTok and find some sweet stuff from PMGC. Just look for PMGC 2023. And if you ever do post about, obviously, this event, make sure you use that tag as well. Not to mention, on that, while you're playing, we have the new Frost Festival happening. You guys can revel in the fact that you can ski or snowboard down a hill, pop a 360, turn someone into a snowman, take them out, and then look for other players and potentially make 70 a little bit more sad, as well, as he just doesn't seem to have the same luck without a Raging Berserker on the map to get looted up with. On that as well, we do have the Popularity Annual Gala, which we do have 10 players to win 10 1v1s to potentially be called the best, and of course our champion of the gala on top of that, with exclusive rewards they can get for themselves and they can show off to all their friends. And on top of that, the Bagandi collaboration is live in PUBG Mobile. If you guys don't have a sweet vehicle, if you don't have a Tesla, you can pick up one of these bad boys and potentially show it off to your friends. I know Zute's significant other is probably sporting hers as I think she got a few days ago, if I'm not mistaken. We have the Amola, we have the Zonda R available for you guys to pick up and potentially get some road kills with. But in the meantime, we're going to head to a short break while we get things ready to go for our second airing of the day. It's going to be our third match overall, and we'll see you guys in just a few. Well, we're about to head into our second airing of the day, our third match overall, as mentioned before the break, and we do see the leaderboard still being mixed up. It's still insane to me to see that we're in day 3, we're about to hit the halfway point of day 3, and things are still so close. We could easily see a team, you know, from 8th, 9th, 10th place potentially shoot up into top 3 in just 1-2 matches.
Yeah, for me, I'm actually going to be looking at a team that's no longer in top 3, and I was kind of praising earlier in regards to their consistency. Influence Rage, that's right. The two performances that we've had at the start of the day, yeah, they were able to get some eliminations in Sandhawk, but kind of backfired there in Airgill. Please show us something here, Influence Rage.
Yeah, had consistency in day 2, and well, they've had some consistency in day 3 of not performing well. Let's see if they can turn their tide around here. So you head back to our commentators of John and Zute.
Hopefully they can start to step up, because losing that top 3 position is going to be a little bit of kick up the backside, hopefully, for them. Maybe give them a little bit more firepower into the remaining Erangels of the day. Obviously, Vibes playing really, really well. I liked Cameron's breakdown of their set of rotations that they were able to achieve over on that eastern side. I really enjoyed watching it unfold as well, as much as I was kind of rooting for Major Pride to be able to clinch it out as the European representatives, but it just wasn't going to happen in the face of Vibes and their strength.
Yeah, I think Major Pride and Vibes did the absolute best they can with the situation given at hand, and they maximized the amount of points that was possible in the match. A team that didn't maximize any points at all was Influence Rage that Seven was talking about, but we saw what happened off drop. They lost 3 players off drop, so it was going to be a given that they were going to get knocked out of the top 3. Question now is Influence Rage going to kind of switch their gears now and go for a potential big chicken win versus a nice consistent placement until they catch back into the top 3? So we might see a gear change now out of Influence Rage. Maybe not this game, but maybe the next, depending on where they are in the rankings, as we do get a very nice playing path going straight down the middle, north to south.
We are seeing a little bit of a development in the bubble positions as well, right? Because third place now 114 points. The drop-off is now to 97. That's fairly significant. That's up to 17 points total difference between third place and fourth place, which is starting to become a lot more ominous. As I said, time keeps marching on. It will not slow down. So a lot of teams going to be looking to try and keep up that pace. And even beyond that, it's only really down to 6th now that I'm kind of counting in for the race of top 3 as we get another hard south shift over towards that military base. This one's a lot more down to that island, so crossings quickly potentially on the cards. The rotation I'm going to look at, so I'm going to ramble on for a little bit longer, is Vampire. Making that rotation down south on the boats. Our Team Queso going to be able to guard it out again as they did in the previous military circle.
Yeah, and we saw on day 1 a military zone hard south, like 100% confirmed military zone. So many teams rotated onto military base very quickly. We actually had all like 63 players alive with more than half the lobby onto military base. But that was with a really hard southern circle, like dead onto military base. Will we see similar fast rotations out of some of these teams? We will be able to tell in just a few moments. It looks like Queso is going to be one of the teams to commit to that crossing, as they are looking to cross that bridge in vehicles right now. And Brute Force, oh, ooh. Yeah, like, that's a fast rotation. We are very, very early into the match, but Vibes just already prepped for it.
I mean, they did their research into yesterday's match, right? They know Team Queso just gets across fast on a circle that's likely military, so they just set up a camp. And that's a really, really good adjustment coming on through. Vibes absolutely playing the way they need to be against Team Queso. That frees up the south coast and potentially allows Vampire an easier boat rotation on that south edge. So we'll have to wait and see if that's going to come through as well.
Yeah, because last time Vampire lost their boats to Team Queso, who was camping the ridgelines, and Vampire had to just swim in, and it did not work out too great. They actually made it kind of far into the game on that match, but not the points that they definitely wanted to try and get. Vibes with a nice adjustment, like you mentioned, and I'm kind of surprised they went for it. It's because this zone isn't that far into military base, so there's an off chance Queso would instead, you know, camp the bridge on the north side and then take the crossing, depending on the shift. But Vibes, they did a little bit of a gamble. They said, if we're going to camp the bridge, we're going to have to do it very quick and particularly right against Queso. So that was a very set play, and it paid out favorably.
Very, very nice stuff. I mean, I always find that it's easier to get back from Military Island than to get... Hang on a minute, that was a BTR player going straight on through as well. Interesting. I thought they were all on the same team, but no, Genfos scouting it out. They'll know there's a team there, however, which is good news for BTR's remaining cross. But I was going to say, I've always find that it to be easier to leave Military Island than to get onto Military Island late. So out of the two choices, obviously it looks like that's what Team Queso are going to prioritize. And if you're already on that Military Island, you're not going to leave it at this stage. You just want to post up and give yourself options. So even though it's not fully committed, it's kind of a good idea to get your foot in the door when it comes to having that military position.
Yeah, and another thing to reinforce that was a set play from Vibes is the fact that right after that, they went back to loot. So it's not like they looted and rotated fast to camp the bridge. They camped the bridge to wait for Queso. If probably like 2-3 more minutes passed, they're like, okay, Queso isn't doing that fast rotation. We'll leave, we'll go loot, and then we'll see what happens. But they waited. Queso did what was expected. They got the quick points, and now they're looting. So great job for Vibes. And I really want to emphasize that, because these little, quick set micro plays is going to be the difference maker into whether or not you're in the top 3. And Vibes are a team to be able to call shots like that.
I mean, when the gap between you and second place right now is 4 points, getting 3 points is massive. Like, it cannot be understated, especially when you're in competition for that third place spot. Just keeping points on board, like we've praised teams like Influence Rage for doing, is always going to be impactful. It's always going to keep you in that conversation, and hopefully you can just stay away from the 0-point games like Influence Rage were able to finally have delivered to their doorstep in that previous match, although that was mostly off hot drops over on that northern side. This time around, they are 4 players alive, so maybe a return to form for them now.
Yeah, I hope their confidence isn't shaken too much, because they dropped out of that top 3. Sometimes the standings do have a huge mental impact on the teams that influence such a veteran team. I do expect them to have way more consistent games from here on out, and maybe even switch gears a little bit and look for a big chicken dinner win. BTR has crossed, D+ has also crossed onto military base. Vampire not going for the botation because this zone isn't 100% confirmed military base like the other day.
I mean, if they spotted Team Queso going down as well, they might be aware that this west bridge is a little bit more open, no team around that area, and
no.
Maybe there's that adjustment from yesterday not wanting to go against the Team Queso hold, but either way, they have to make their way forwards. Influence Rage trying crashing onto this compound, but it's going disastrously against DRS right now. Federal, Law, Lil Boy now left, trying to stand up tall, and maybe this is the sunset of the Influence Rage consistency, because they have just fallen down with another 0-point game in a row.
That was not very Influence Rage-like. Yeah, they always take their games very slow. We see them around the edge a lot, taking their time. If they're making a hard rotation, it's very early where the chances are like the compound's going to be open. But this compound they tried to take DRS, this is a prime location for zones like this. There was very, very likely a team there, and they did no scouting, and they also pulled up in a way where it's like they assumed it was open. One player pulled up to the other end, another just crashed onto the wall. It was like, they didn't account for a potential fight whatsoever. So Influence Rage, don't know what's going on.
Vampire, they have moved over to Ferry Pier. And they're kind of isolated. No one really on that west coast is moving in. IHC and Brute Force late to the party as per usual on a south circle. Major Pride just about to start their rotations down towards what I expect to be a position near that western bridge, if not going all the way across it in the meantime. I'll have to wait and see as they split out a full convoy. All their vehicles going to be there. Naomi just reorganizing, making sure he's got everything in a row before he gets on the road, and they will start to razz it on through. Vampire holding that western bridge, though. They're going to be coming into conflict with Major Pride. They'll hear those vehicles. They need to post up quickly.
Where's the circle going to go, though? That's the bigger question. Before the fight breaks out, it is going to be military base. I think we'll see Vampire just rotate across the bridge now. Definitely want to be a little bit careful, scout that area, because there was that bridge camp. But they'll soon realize it's clear. They'll take it across. And I don't think any team is going to look to bridge camp unless if they're one of the later teams across the bridge. Vampire should look for a nice position more central here. Weibo Gaming looks like they're going to just swim across and then play from the beach side. Might be able to catch some vehicles too if they make it inland fast enough to secure some on the roadsides.
I mean, there's a couple of compounds as well that they can get to, but they have to get there fast. And before teams like Sem9, like Genesis, who are crossing on that bridge right now, to be able to get on through. Vibes contesting C block right now with Bino Storm and the military base on the south side. And meanwhile, over on that west bridge, Vampire seem to have started to put a cinch on that west bridge rotation from Major Pride as well. IHC still down, and that's Rook all the way in the northwest side, still in North George.
It worked out last time as far as bridge crossing is concerned. They made it across the bridge because they went in so late. Thing is, they did it once, and VOD review is a thing. Will any teams take advantage of that? Last time, IHC also crossed extremely late, and they definitely watched the game back there to see, to time their crossing, how good it was, and they would have noticed there was still one more team behind them in the form of Rook. We might see IHC set up a trap play here if they're not going to be able to make it across the bridge anytime soon.
Still a couple of teams on that mainland, but they are becoming fewer and further between. Major Pride holding up short, but they're going to have to cross, so an opening pick would be brilliant. Vampire taking the top of the bridge. They know how effective that could be. They learned their lesson last time, hopefully. Now they just continue their hold. Schweppes up on those rafters. I think that's Ravenclaw out on the off angle down to the southwest, and Newsy in the compound out to the east. So you've got Schweppes and Tony K on this bridge, looking for those angles, waiting for Major Pride to make a mistake, to try and capitalize on it.
I was thinking Vampire will rotate more central with that zone shift and not camp the bridge. But they have decided to go for that bridge camp. We'll see if they get any points off of it. Maybe at most they're just looking to deter teams coming from their backside. If they did their VOD reveal, they'll realize teams will still take that bridge even way late into the late game in the blue. Genesis now breaching onto the DRS compound. Shots are ringing out. Genesis, he's weaving, and he is committing to this. Genesis going in for the crash, the 4v4. Can DRS get another successful defense? They already got one knock here. So 4v3 situation. About to make that 2. Knock isn't there. The players are swarming the building. He's forced to hop out. He's got that DBS.
Will be able to get the flush first. They've given up the building on the inside, the top floor dispossessed from Gianti, but DRS still playing as 4. Genesis going to struggle. The circle goes to the north side of the military island and actually keeps IHC in on the north side, but in the meantime, the scrap continues to find itself in the conflict here, but they are close to this circle edge, which means they have a lot more time to play with on this engagement. They can look to close it down. DRS looking pretty healthy to be able to do so.
Yeah, and they have the util from Influence Rage as well coming in from Yasnaya, so the util is definitely there for them to throw. If they run out, they could probably run to a crate and pick up another one. One player goes down for Genesis. Only one up now. Genesis should be eliminated. They are taken out. DRS, that is 8 elimination points, I think. Yeah, 2 squad wipes and you do get 8 points. That's a lot given how tough the competition is in trying to secure those points. And they still have 4 players up. It is still pretty much early game.
They will have been able to get full resupplies as well because they were both crash plays. They were both right close by, so they'll be very, very stocked up on those supplies, on those meds, on that ammo, everything that you're going to need, the utility as well. But they are on the north side. They're going to have to cross. How do they get through? Because the bridges pretty much out of the question at this stage. The swimming also very, very dangerous. It's a question of how long can you last at this stage. I think for both IHC and DRS. Maybe IHC have a better time of it. The west side of that military island coastline, a little bit less populated, a little bit less dangerous. With that bridge position being held by Vampire and Major Pride, it hasn't been overwhelmed just yet. In the meantime, BTR trying to make their way across the coastline as well.
Sem9 arriving at the perfect time just as BTR was leaving. I think BTR might have been questioning where to go, so they hovered around for a little bit, not able to camp out that bridge rotation as effectively as they would have hoped for, but they get that ridge, which is a decent spot in a zone like this, and they keep all 4 players alive. Sem9 making it across, yet to find a spot in the zone, and well, Rook, your very late crossing across the bridge is impeded because Vampire's camping out Major Pride. So Major Pride have just been trying to outweight Vampire, and they're gifted with another team pushing behind them.
Rook probably not going to send their other 3 players over, but Major Pride are going to pull the trigger on this rotation. They're going to go forwards. I'm imagining we're going to see them tumble out one side of the bridge. With the reposition from Vampire, they know the blue zone's pushed them off that.
Sitting in 8th place, though, so they have done some decent games so far. Weibo Gaming here, only 1 elimination so far. I do think that knock player in the water was due to Weibo Gaming, so that 2nd point should be coming in. Weibo Gaming, their advantage, though, is playing into the late game with 4, but Vampire's here as well. And Vampire have been looking good this match.
They've been looking a little bit better than the last match, certainly. Only getting close, hits the deck, dodges all the damage from Gap, but not from Sook, unfortunately. That's a quick flush out as well. So Vampire down on 3, trying to fend off this aggression from Vampire. Sook goes down. Schweppes lands the nade onto the target, a little bit far forward and out of the zone. Kind of going to have a tough time here to try and go for this res. You've got IHC to worry about in the meantime as well. Demo is still there, and Weibo cannot fully commit here. Demo does go down, and that is going to allow them a little bit more breathing room, but Nuzi has taken the opportunity to move up to Gap, get this knock, and Weibo are starting to suffer now. Vampire take the high ground away from them, and Ming tries to repossess it, but it's not going to go well. Ravenfall goes right on over, but it's just taken down in time. Ming is there to save the day. Into the smoke he goes to try and crawl away, to try and survive, but Schweppes is low as well. And the duo from Weibo trying to piece it back together. It's looking good. Vampire on the last legs.
Vampire still with 2, though. They could easily turn this around. 1 nade, and the numbers are matched. Nuzi's on that higher ground. He could have the sightlines for the nades, the DBS in hand. A little bit long range. That nade could have been disastrous. Does do a lot of damage. Isn't enough. Nuzi's already down on the top side, and Weibo Gaming will clutch it out, but they do lose 2 members. And with all that noise, BTR is here to look for more points.
Yeah, they've rotated back all the way from the southeast side. Goodness me, they're looking at third party again. This is the aggression that we've been missing from BTR yesterday, and they look for more. Find 2. That's 7 eliminations now that they'll be able to add to their total. Playing on this northwest side, they do have a little bit of open ground to cover, though, Zute.
All these spearheads have been done with just a 3-man push, by the way. Even onto Sem9, Satar sat back and was just watching for info, looking elsewhere. And this time around, once again, Satar sitting back, being the anchor player for the team to make sure everything is staying the same on the spot that they just left. And the spearhead being led by Superboy, Genfos, and the 3rd player is just... Man, they're doing so good. This is the BTR out of day number 1. Just keep taking those fights, and they get a nice zone shift, too.
D+ on that western edge, just about still in on their 2-2 split across the road. A really nice spot there. I think Vibes might struggle here. They're going to have to descend from the hill, maybe have to regroup onto Baron's position. And BNS, Bino Storm on the east side, they're only playing as 2. I imagine that's Bigatron's next target. If they've been scouting this out for a while, if they've got the info, they know there's only 2 players in here.
Bino Storm realizes that the team from the north will most likely push them. And I think from all the noise that has been happening out of the BTR camp, they know it is BTR on the north side. They have the work cut out for them. Just the two duo defending. D+, that's a split that I don't mind, okay? That 2-2, close enough to help each other out. D+ making into the late game once again here with 4 players alive. And they get that zone right onto their backside on the west side.
Spray from Nanokuni over towards a BTR player, but he's just getting back behind cover there. Will be able to keep that under wraps as the med kit comes through as well. So right back up to 100%. Ready for the next scrap. Level 3s. Looking not fully healthy, but certainly still enough to keep them nice and safe. Vibes slowly moving on down to the north as they have to crest these ridge lines, start to go downhill. I'll play for this plateau here, and Doc is kind of right on the edge, but still very much in.
Vibes is definitely going to wait for the next circle before having to descend. And there is, on the side of Bino Storm, some positions open right across the road. But I imagine as 4, they're going to look to take a position outright. But just as I say that, one of the members gets caught, and that's not even in the zone. I don't think that's going to be revivable. Vibes, if they go quickly, they could maybe pick the player up and then carry him into zone and get that revive, which it does look like what was trying to be done here. Vibes definitely wants to keep all 4 players up should they have to crash in. The numbers advantage will be a huge factor as to if they're successful or not. And they got that revive, and they are going to reposition onto the safe flat hills on the top. Zone slowly closing still.
I'm taking a look at the teams that remain alive right now, and look, it's all of the top 3. So that bubble is going to move upwards fairly significantly in this match. It depends really on what Major Pride can do, because I feel like Vibes probably going to have a better time of it after they've got this res. They're going to have a little bit more power on the south side, but there is a difficult descent ahead of them that we've been talking about for a little bit now, so maybe they're going to be curtailed here with only the 4 eliminations in tow. D+ out on the western edge. Have been in this 2-2 split for a long, long time. It hasn't been punished, and to be fair, it is a very reasonable 2-2 split. I think you go for this more times than not, certainly. Arturus has been surviving for Team Queso for so long.
Yeah.
Surprised he's made it to top 6.
I was surprised when the camera went onto Arturus. I was like, wait a second, Queso, how did they get here? And then I remembered they lost 3 very early on, the very first team to cross the ridge. And he has still somehow navigated his way up to a top 6. If this was the old PMGC point system, those placement points would be much nicer. But here, you're not going to get too much. BTR on that north side with 7 elims already. Still 4-man team looking to take a chicken dinner here. It looks like BTR every day will get at least 1 huge game. And then a couple of consistent games throughout, keeping that point lead ahead. Even though Major Pride, Vibes, Weibo Gaming, they're trying so hard to catch up. BTR is going to try and definitely secure that first place by the end of the week.
I mean, it's excellent to see BTR back on this sort of form, so proactive in this circle. They are making decisions and committing to them. Really, really good stuff. Very dynamic. A sense straight across the middle here for Vibes.
Oh.
They have joined BTR on the northern side of the road. It's interesting, they've made it to the dip, but have they exposed themselves a little bit too much? You've got D+ on the west, who have angles out their way. You've got BTR, who of course are going to be spotting this one out. D+ are going to make their move in the meantime. Major Pride wanting to hold this out. Nades on through, sent to the back of the rock, and that takes a lot of damage off Forest, but doesn't get the knock. That won't slow them down as much as maybe they would have liked, but it is still a little bit of a hold. A nade on back, and Fabian goes down next. Can they weather the storm here? Because the fire is in on that ground floor. Naomi lobbing another one out. Bobbles it short. Forest goes down. Null Boot close. It's 2v2. Naomi wants to get the heal off. He's looking to commit for it. And on the outside, it's Vibes. D+ struggling to get on in against Major Pride, but they get to the top floor. But at what cost? The burn is there. 2 players fall, and now it's just the 1 to try and move on through. Major Pride with 2. Hold on in the middle, and will be cut down. Major Pride hold the tower.
What a defense out of Major Pride. I thought they were done for. 4v2, they hold it off. Meanwhile, on the other side thing, Vibes is up with 4, and take a look at how many BTR have. BTR is actually down to a 2-man. Vibes with a decisive game-winning play. This is that risk versus reward I was talking about. Influence Rage usually goes for the more consistent play. Vibes, though, they want the chicken dinner. When they have 4, they'll go for the risky play, driving across the battlefield, across so many sightlines, across so many players to take on the other strongest team on the north side, BTR, and they're out ahead. BTR down to 2. Same with the other 2 teams. It could be a Vibes chicken dinner.
Certainly could. What a way to kick off this day. Vibes have been brutally efficient so far. They were able to get some decent results on both of their maps of the first day, but they haven't got that chicken dinner to crown it. Is this their opportunity? They want to find it here and now, solidify themselves. And these 3 teams are the top 3 teams on the tables as well. The bubble is moving. It will continue to stretch up and up and up. But what is that nade coming on through? 2 players from Vibes, maybe going down and evening the score lines across the board. If they get flushed here, it's unlikely, but we could see a little bit more sent their way. Naomi down, and Dino's going to have to look for this res on the top floor.
Oh, the angle just barely out of reach for Nagon in that Wizard Tower. The full reset is there. BTR also get their reset, but they get a favorable knock as another player goes down. And yeah, now's the time to push. You get 1 more. You're not going to get much more advantage out of the Yuto. They go for the full send. I mean, that was really the only play at that point. They tried. It didn't work out. 7 elims, 4th place. Vibes with another full reset. The other 2 teams can't really push because they'll just run into sightlines of one another. So Vibes will be vibing with 4 players in the very last zone.
Major Pride only have 2 smokes to try and make this one work. I think you're right. This one will be looking solid to go the Vibes direction. But you never know. With those 2 off angles, Vibes are going to have to push forwards as well. Even with the positions they hold, this is stage 9. It's going to close right about now. They'll start to push on the tower very, very hard. And where do you go if you're Major Pride? They are dropping those smokes out. The sprays over towards Mino Storm in the meantime. It's going to be Major Pride taking shots out their way. Nagon goes down first. I'm assuming it's going to be very, very soon for Nanokuni, but he's got that crate to play with. Just being tickled on the back. Gets a heal off, actually. So Major Pride might be going down first out of the mix. And 2nd place laddered up for Nanokuni behind the crate. Looks for the shots around the edge, but it is bleed out time here as Vibes continue just to encircle this zone and close out a 3rd strong match in a row with a chicken dinner to put themselves up and a high elimination count. They could be very much right next door to taking that top spot on the tables.
Yeah, if BTR didn't have a great game themselves, I mean, Vibes would have surely, I think, maybe passed them up. But either way, Vibes, that last push, I don't think anyone saw it coming, especially BTR. They probably thought they had everything under control on the north side. I mean, there was no teams on the north side. They took everyone out. But then Vibes from the south, driving past 3 teams pretty much, to just take that northern little ridge. It wasn't even a strong spot either. Immediately when they got there, BTR could have still won it, but Vibes got a quick 2 finishes. The nades, the Yuto was great. East, his name keeps popping up for me, and for good reason. The MVP of that match for the side of Vibes.
For Miracle Vibes, a really strong chicken dinner that sends down the hill to get to that north side of the road is what won them that match. I absolutely loved that hold from Major Pride on the tower as well. Off against, I think it was D+. To be able to play 2 players on the inside, those nades, so well placed from Major Pride. They did incredibly well to survive. They racked up a couple of points for that as well. And the fact that BTR, Major Pride, and 4 Miracle Vibes all alive late into this game moves the bubble higher. I've noted it a couple of times during the match, but I feel like it cannot be understated how impactful that's going to be as 4 Miracle Vibes put not only their chicken dinner crowner on today's performance, but their first chicken dinner on the board.
Oh, I'm lagging really bad. I'm lagging out.
What a performance there. Finally, for Miracle, Cam, they're able to get that chicken dinner. We were wondering if they were going to be able to do it. If I remember, right, we were kind of talking about this during the end of that match, too. Wasn't that the team? Oh, I mean, the match, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was literally them, and the very next day, they get their first. win on the board, but they weren't even really needing it. They were acknowledging it themselves. They were getting so many good rounds. I'm just quickly scrolling through their previous performances. Second place with 9 elims, third place with 10 elims, second with 6, 2 with 11, 4 with 8. Sure, they have a couple of stinkers in there, like a 15-0, a 12-1, which is why I think why they're only just now probably going to be reaching more routinely into the top 3. But it's these constant, like, dynamic, hard Hail Mary swings that we're seeing this team make time and time again, like with the bridge play previously. Sometimes it doesn't work, but when it works out, it is a beautiful thing to watch. Absolutely destructive to the lobby.
Yeah, and something that the casters were pointing out that I really enjoyed too of that bridge camp that you're talking about. They barely got any chance and any time to loot. They decided to just go hold that bridge camp. Team Queso decided to push up. They were able to finish off 3 players from Team Queso, and then they went back to looting. So great awareness out of them, and that, yeah, I mean, the the final push there at the end. I really enjoy what I see out of them. But another team too, if we're talking about those rotations, right, and those crazy swings, Major Pride. How did this team even get a chance to get 2 players into the middle and then take on D+? And even though they did get a little bit of help, let's be honest here, but from Vibes, but they were still able to win that fight against D+.
There it is. And there it is. Ooh. After game 1, game 2 of this entire group, finally, Bigatron are upset as the leaders of the lobby as Formerical Vibes takes over them. Only 1 point lead, 1 point gap. But this is what we were talking about this entire time with Bigatron. They were slowing down, not by a lot, but just enough that they're now overtaken by the explosive Formerical.
Yeah, we've been talking about, are they going to be able to survive with those just 1 good matches a day? That's not the case, because those consistent teams in regards to Formerical and Major Pride are definitely catching up. I mean, already past them.
I mean, it was bound for Formerical to have that win finally, right? They were putting up such great performances, you mentioned before, Cameron. And this team, honestly, as I was saying before, one of the big surprise teams for me, actually, in this group. I mean, I know Mongolia puts out some insane teams like Stalwart Esports, IHC, well, maybe not in this tournament at the moment. And it's great to see there's another team from the region who can just really dominate. And they've been doing exactly that. I mean, even watching that 3-way fight again of Formerical, Major Pride, and D+, which we should mention, D+ getting slaughtered in a 4v2 that they should have won against Major Pride. It's just we keep repeating these 3 teams over and over again, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, for some defense of D+, it was a 4 versus 2 on the initial run. And so you would hope that a couple of more of those frag grenades would end up inside the bottom floor where Major Pride were. But then there was the third party from Formerical on the off angle with very little cover from that angle for D+. So it's not like it was in like an easy fight for them that they just threw away. It was really, really chaotic for them. But yeah, Major Pride got a really big handout, I think, by Formerical's third party.
Yep. Yeah. And like you said before, Seven, the fact that Major Pride even got there, and then to see Vampire go down to, I think it was Weibo. I don't know, man. Vampire, like, smart decision to hold them out, but it didn't really accumulate into anything. I think maybe they got 1 elimination because they got a knock on to, I want to say, like, effect for Major Pride. But pretty insane that Major Pride can bounce back from just having 2 players alive. And again, a showing of their consistency for talking about that out of teams like Influence Rage from yesterday. And Influence Rage, again, they've been consistent, but not good.
Not really
the
today.
Good way, right?
Yeah, they had a good Sanok, a good start to it at least, but 2 zeros in a row. Like, this is actually a really big concern for the team that it felt like just barely hanging on to the top 3. I'm not a concern for them being in the bottom 5 just yet, but they were setting themselves up to be in the top 3 of going straight to the Grand Finals alongside some of their other Brazilian, Latin American brothers. But I'm starting to get worried because whatever was happening for them is just like slipping away.
Yeah, and I am starting to get a little bit concerned because of the gap that's starting to be built there between 3rd place and 4th place. And then if you go down to 5th place where Influence Rage is at. By the way, Major Pride, their timing is so good. Dino was able to get away with that bridge camp that Vampire Esports was doing. Just their timing is on point.
Okay, well, it is time to head to a break, I believe, while we get things ready to go for our final Aaron Gill of the day. Or it could be casters because the match is already ready to go. So we're not even going to throw it to a break. We're going straight to the casters because we want the action going back to back. John Azute, take it away.
Some eventful Erangels. We've seen quite a few military circles on the south side of Erangel so far here in Group Yellow, the Group of Death. Seemingly the circles are going to be living up to that name. We've seen that South Island as well on Miramar, so we're having a little bit of a crazy time with these shifts. in this group as well, and I'm really enjoying seeing how teams are dealing with it. I agree wholeheartedly that Major Pride's timing, probably one of the best in this lobby, maybe some of the best in the world.
Yeah, best in the world. Well, I mean, this is the world stage, so if they have good timings here, then the timings are good. But Major Pride, with 2 coming into the very end, I was surprised because I saw that bridge camp out of Vampire. I thought they were done for. They got across, and I thought that was it. But they still racked up so many points. Vibes, of course, started off the match camping Queso, and then ended the match getting the chicken dinner. BTR showed their, signs of strength once again, taking all of those fights when they didn't have to and winning every single one of them. Besides the fight with Vibes, I mean, all 3 teams in the top 3 just really playing to their strength and being experts in it.
Absolutely. They showed proactivity once more, but they couldn't hold off Vibes for very long. Right now, Vibes are in first place, 135 points to BTR's 134. Very hotly contested, and as Seven said on the desk as well, Major Pride on 127 on that third place bubble, still very close to those 2 teams above, under 10 points there, 8 points from them to first place. They are 24 points ahead right now of Weibo in that third place, so the bubble actually increased in the last match. The last Erangel of the day to close down the central block run. We are going to be taking on match number 16, and again, it's a South Plane Path.
South Plane Paths, once again, a lot of skewed plane paths. Good thing it's happening on Erangel, the easiest map to navigate with a skewed plane path. If it was Miramar, oh boy, we'd hear some moans and groans from players. Teams are starting to drop out now. One thing that's standing out to me though is Weibo Gaming have slowly tried to make their way up the leaderboard, and if it wasn't for the fact that the top 3 have been so consistent so far today, Weibo Gaming might be looking better. So Weibo Gaming, they can't just have decent, consistent games. Weibo Gaming needs that big chicken dinner themselves here today if they want to break into the top 3. Influence Rage, of course, man, I don't know what's going on with them today. Of course, we're only a couple games in, but every game really needs to count if you're not getting the big wins. If you're looking for consistent games, if you have 3 bad games in a row, I mean, that consistency goes out the window.
Yeah, it's definitely I think you can have 3 bad games on a day, but you need the rest of them to be so strong, because at this stage, if you want to make that top 3 spot, which is what Influence Rage are aiming for, certainly should have been given their standings throughout the first 2 days of play, they need to be having not just consistent games, and Weibo Gaming as well, as you were talking about as well. They can't just be having consistent games. They need strong, really powerful games from now on. But then you run the risk of just taking those L's, because in order to get high scoring games, you need to take more risk. And that is what teams like Influence Rage have been seemingly a little bit more averse to.
Yeah, that gear needs to be switched soon. They got to switch it and be dialed in as well. It's going to be hard for them to make that gear switch and be successful, because the talent in this lobby is very difficult to overcome. And I want to give some credit to Queso too. They're not really in the running, I'd say, for top 3, but they're sitting in 7th place, 82 points. I want to give them a shout out, because I think after day 1-ish, 2, I just recall them being in like 14th or 15th place. So Queso has been laddering up a lot, trying to make a name for themselves. And if they ladder up any more, hey, they could aim for that top 3.
I think that's still a little bit far away right now.
It is.
Queso, though, 82 points to Major Pride's 127. That's a 45-point gap right there. That's very difficult to make happen, even with the number of matches that they have left. They've got 3 today and 6 tomorrow. That's 9 matches total. A 43-point gap over the course of that. You're looking at some real tough stuff. It's pretty much, I think it's 5 points extra per game, something like that, somewhere in that sort of region, over that bubble position. And with the consistency of the top 3, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I just wanted to give them the credit, the acknowledgement before it becomes a thing, right? So then if it does, I could be the one to say like, hey,
oh, that's true.
I called them out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I called them out. They were a team to watch out for. It's like with Major Pride, when we started really noticing things, and then they just popped off on the Miramar match. yesterday, and they've been trailblazing it through today. So you got to give them, got to give these teams credit for the work they have put in, and you never know, they might show out at the very end. Of course, it is tough. It is going to be tough for Queso. Major Pride in a much better situation. And so far, we've seen a lot of shooting. No knocks just yet, as that circle has popped up. See some teams rotating in. Influence Rage making a fast rotation. I don't know if that's typical of them, but I think that actually fast rotation was towards their loot spot, towards Yasnaya. Yeah. I'm taking a look at it now. Okay, yeah, they're just trying to get to Yasnaya.
Yeah, they generally loot out there, obviously, with the plane path as it was on that southwest cut. One of the furthest drop spots for any team in this lobby right now. So they are just still making their way over there, but they'll be nice and safe for the time being in this circle. They've got a lot of time to play with, so I'm sure we'll see them plenty later on. The question is how much later on, because they haven't had the best of luck today. They've had their worst run of the tournament so far. They're still looking pretty healthy to stay in the top 11, certainly. I think I would be very, very surprised to not see them in the top 11 and into survival stage. But this is a team that was kind of a lock for most people's top 3 predictions coming into the Group Yellow.
Yeah. And honestly, they were not a lock-in until today. But that's just because of their abysmal performance and the teams right around them all popping off today. So it's a perfect disaster for the side of Influence Rage to really get knocked out of the top 3. It's not even the top 3 that kind of knocked them out. The teams like kind of below them have also all had decent games. Weibo Gaming rising up past them, and soon to be Brute Force might even rise up past Influence Rage.
And Team Queso, as you highlighted, have that potential. They got that firepower. Still very volatile around that bubble on 11th place as well. I mean, you've got 82 points for Team Queso in 7th place, and you've got 71 in 13th place. This is a very, very small gap, all things considered, with the amount of pop-off performances we're seeing in this section of the field.
And one of the most notable gaps, as mentioned earlier quite a few times, is that top 3. It was so close, but now 3rd place, creating a decent lead over 4th place. And coming into the last day, the top 3 now, maybe the top 3 at the end of the week, but in what order? That's definitely a guess I would not want to take. All 3 of the top 3, man, so strong in their own unique ways, right? So I think it just comes down to who's feeling it more that day and which one gets the circle favor just a tad bit more than the others.
Be waiting for it. We're waiting to see it. BTR, we felt their power a little bit once again. The old dog learned a new trick or two in that last Erangel. They're rolling around that circle, happy to take those fights, and that's what you want to see from this BTR roster. Day 1, they said aggression was their game plan. They said they were going to keep it up for day number 2, but that proved to be false. Today, though, maybe a return to that form.
Day number 2, they still did decent. It was just that they did so well day 1 that expectations were high. They didn't have a terrible day 2 if you just look at the points gained alone. They held in there. I mean, they came in today 1st place still, right? So if they had a terrible day 2, it wouldn't have been the case. But right now, just 1 point behind Vibes. And looking at the map now, teams are rotating in. The Vibes team, they're still coming in from military base, and so they'll wait for that 2nd circle shift to make that big rotation. As the center of the map, not too compacted, but all throughout just evenly spread. I think all the teams playing towards a potential shift towards their side, and if they don't get it, they'll have a different plan in mind.
Teams starting to group up now. No real early conflicts to be seen. Looking at the split from D+, are we going to see another punishment on that angle? The circle goes very central here and isolates the south side of the central river. A lot of easy decisions to make. Difficult executions, though, will be happening on that central set of areas. You've got a lot of open ground just to the southwest of Rozhok, to the east of Ruins, where Major Pride and Vampire are. And you've got some difficult compound fights as well, more central on that area. The north side of Potato Hills involved as well. There's a lot of interesting dynamics going to happen, and I think it's going to be a lot of teams struggling to execute on them.
School could be a major factor in a zone like this. We'll see if it keeps centering up right here. Many teams are going to be compacted now. How many teams are going to take the school apartments? Thinking at least maybe 1 to 2. Potentially even a third team might just crash into school apartments here now with a zone like this. I mean, this is circle 2. This is a big circle. Things could change a lot from the center as we are now getting casualties. One player going down here, and that's Major Pride losing a player and picking up a player as far as the points go with the 1v1. Good pre-fire though, and we'll get the finish. IHC getting the better end of that one. Major Pride down to 2 players.
Hey, it's the bubble team as well. They are looking to try and back up their teammate, and actually Divine steps a little bit too far forwards and is clapped back. But there's an off angle from Genesis as well. Potential danger for IHC. Nomi, potential to get rezzed here, but I think it's going to be really, really unlikely that you actually manage to make that happen. The crawl is just too far. Ziol, keeping an eye out for it. If Nomi is able to get to the next building, it's going to be way more possible, but no, he's spotted. Ziol steps out. And it looked like maybe he was hidden by the barrier there, by the little railing on the side of the building. But no, Major Pride down to 2. Actually, Naomi very, very low. Sunken playing relatively poorly for them. And this is the bubble team, so potential for that gap to close.
It might happen. But last time, Major Pride was also down to 2 in the Erigo match we just played. And they salvaged it very well, finishing in 3rd with a decent amount of eliminations too. Could happen again. Could not. I mean, from this position on this side of the zone, very unlikely. But that last match, they lost a player crossing the bridge. They were deep in the blue zone. A military base was heavily occupied by then, and they made it work. So you could never count them out. Next circle about to shift here. As you can see, only one team taking the school apartments so far, just BTR committing to it. The circle condenses once more. BTR should look to group up. D+, no more splits from them. Glad to see it. Might see a full-on crash of school too. And they're going to need the numbers. Vibes on the far southeast, just playing the circles right now.
Trying to get closer. And again, a very central circle. It is right on top of school as well. Weibo in that compound, currently 2-2 split. Potentially dangerous if Team Queso decide to move up there. Also, Vampire out on the western side of it could pose a threat over in their compound as well. Nuzi scouting up towards Sunken, trying to get a hillside position. Maybe a couple of down shots, because IHC are still locked in there.
Influence Rage making that big rotation now. They found a compound on the northeast. Are they going to stay there as BTR? Wait. I think BTR shifted away from school to take this position, and they run into Dormorte. 2 down for the side of Dormorte. BTR looking good here. They need finishes quite quickly, though, because this is a hotspot. Third parties could happen. Player of BTR goes over the top side. Superboy just finds the angle instead. Dormorte down to just Malloy. He's behind that car. Hasn't given away his position. He is found. Could get one knock here. Tries to go for that quick confirmation. Get some damage in. But it doesn't come through. BTR could get this revive. Superboy, very low. Revive coming through. My question to you, John, is did BTR get a knock from inside school apps and push up here in ridiculous aggressive fashion? Or were they looking to play there and ran into a team? I don't know if you caught it.
I didn't catch that either. No, that was really, really fast. I mean, it was aggressive from BTR, right? But this is another one of the top 3 teams taking a little bit of punishment early into this match. Sure, they've gotten 3 points for it, but maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a crunch back around that bubble, right? Because we've seen that bubble now extend to 24 points. So the question is, can Weibo, can Influence Rage, can Brute Force even start to eat into that point differential? Because vibes are still going. They are on that south side. They swung from that southeast side, and they're pushing up the Pachinki Hills on the east side, just to the west of Potato Hill, and they'll vie off with Team Queso.
I'm watching the minimap, and Satar branched back into the school apartments, so there is a likely chance that they got a knock and just made a ridiculous aggressive push. That push, I almost say, is not a good one because you are kind of really disadvantaged. Potential for third parties when that zone popped up. I mean, if that was the case, man, BTR is just on another level when it comes to pure aggression. One knock, and we push no matter the situation, and it's working. They lost a player, however, but they pick up 3 points.
That's a good start. Well, I was talking about how it's a great start to pick up those 3 points for, I think it was for Miracle Vibes last match, just at the start, having those 3 points on board. Really, really comforting, especially when For Miracle Vibes are only 1 point ahead of you. So they are now currently in first place as it stands, but with 3 players, their point scoring potential in this match is just that little bit curtailed. Still, the 2 players from Major Pride over in Sunken City are staying alive. Vampire have established a perimeter, though, on that south edge. Look at Newsy and Schweppes looking to bring the pain. Weibo get the central shift again, but now I think they're going to have to choose the side of the road to go to and stay there.
Yeah, they could keep a split, but whoever is being split off definitely has to be ready to just eject from there and group up. This could be Weibo's chance to not break into the top 3 because there is a point gap, but definitely catch up because Major Pride down to 2 players might not be able to put up many points here. We'll see how things play out. Vibes will have to rotate a little bit into the zone from the south side. And Vampire, I think, will keep that huge western split, which does give them a lot of control towards the center of the map outside of Weibo's compound.
Outside for the time being. See if they can breach that gap in the next circle or 2. DRS trying to move out and deal with SM9 back their way. Not really looking for a scrap right now, seemingly. They've still got their backstop, so SM9 just looking to put a little bit of pressure on. But they're going to have to move forwards fairly soon.
DRS also looking for that rotate. Oh, SM9 saw them caught in the middle of 2. Looks like Brute Force has taken the dips just north of Weibo Gaming's compound. And IHC trying to make a play, but not able to. One of their players is down. Actually, Major Pride with only 1, so Major Pride with 2. The other player has rotated in. Effect is here to hold off the backline, and Effect is good. Holding off 3 players right now of IHC. Demo's last one up. He's got that DBS in hand. Effect pops off the first aid, but Demo with a nicely timed shot around the corner. We'll get that full reset onto the team. Major Pride with only 1. Fighting all around now as Rook pushes onto Genesis.
Major Pride out now. IHC going to have to leave, and that's going to be a tough task ahead with Vampire right in their way. The nades going back and forth, but not much hard aggression right now. Rook actually sending someone forwards along the ridgeline. Eugene is there. The nade onto Smile is good for the flush. Ichi for Genesis giving ground now. I don't think you could really realistically hold this one as far forwards as they would have liked. So they're playing on this south hill of Rozhok. Gonna have to descend near to school.
Queso taking the warehouse we just saw as Brute Force was in the dip on the north. The only isolated fight really going on now, though, is on the northern side, Genesis versus Rook. And Genesis is in a little bit of a better and stronger position, but Rook have the player advantage if that player stays alive, that is, as he almost went down. Delta getting a knock from Bino Storm. That's happening on the south side. And yeah, DRS and SM9 on the south side still have to fight their way in. That's a 3-way fight that might be happening right here.
Tam, nade over towards the position. Gianti goes half HP there. Heal's not coming through, and that's a good nade over the top if it's cooked right. Tam not going to go down, but Miguel behind is eating the punishment instead. Tam trying to roll forwards with the buggy. So is Depp. The split down the middle, and in comes a third party potentially from this northern side as Bino Storm roll up this hill edge as well. Miguel still down, but they're looking for the res. They want to keep everyone nice and together, but Tam with a nade sent his way will fall as well. Bino Storm starting to launch through with their assault. Players are suffering now on SM9's team, with only the 1 player down at this stage. Depp trying to stay alive here further down the hill. A low HP bar, wanting to get this heal off.
Bino Storm with a beautiful nade right onto the opening of SM9. SM9 driving around the buggies, just trying to get info, trying to bait out shots, and a great shot from Divine rips the player out of the buggy, and at that point, I think SM9 is just going to have to give up this one and just find a spot in zone to survive in. And oh man, the nades are so good out of Bino Storm. SM9 down to the solo. BTR have already moved into the new circle. The circle pulled west, so a lot of teams in the school area are forced to eject. BTR will lose Superboy here.
They are going to take that all the way down. That's 2 players now left for BTR. Team Queso, Weibo sharing that central area. The shift goes out. Vampire happy with this one as well. They get a lot of that hillside under their control. Rook trying to take care of Genesis, but Influence Rage taking care of the remnants of BTR as well. 2 players go down to a nade and a third as well. It's disaster strikes as they try and take down the final member of BTR. Just the one left remaining as Genfos gets that heal off, and now it's just Little Boy up on the high ground. The spray downs are there. That's actually D+ stealing away a bunch of those eliminations.
Man.
But 4 points are in, and that is so sad for Influence Rage. It looked like they had a good time of it, but D+ roll in and ruin the day. Genfos on the off angle now trying to move up onto the high ground, spots the player, looks for the nade, launches it towards Lil Boy on the cook. Can he get it right? It's right on the ridgeline, but it doesn't quite tag the full damage. Instead, hits only a little bit. Genfos puts another one forwards, tries to scare him. The nade is cooked. Lil Boy with the DPS gets cut down, and Genfos claims victory.
Genfos absolutely demolishing the Influence Rage team. Unfortunate he couldn't confirm all 4 points, but he was the one to take down all 4 players. A 1v4, a true 1v4, as he was the only player up alive for BTR. He may have wanted a couple more points than the 5 elims they got here, but that's a highlight clip in the books for BTR, and he's not done yet. It's not just yet. He could still get something happening here as D+. A little bit worried to take on this force in the form of Genforce, and he's still putting out damage. He is still alive.
Goodness me, he has that 1 first aid left remaining. D+ trying to just get ahead of this one. Instead of taking the fight at an unfavorable angle, they're going to lose Forest on the 4 position. This is Weibo with a third party. Osal as well, being suppressed on the angle. He has to move further up the hill, but it's finally spotted. D+ shredded down to 2 players. Sorry, Fabian is still active on the off angle, but he's got a fight to deal with Kenny, and it will not go his way. Kenny steps up and sprays him down. Just the 2 players from D+ are there, but another off angle shot comes through over to Kenny to take care of him. Everybody in the southeast side suffering. Beano Storm staying alive as long as possible. It looks like they've got all 4 of themselves still going.
BTR almost had the run right there. Weibo Gaming almost took down the player that took out BTR. He was 1 HP. If Weibo Gaming landed just one more shot earlier on, BTR could still be in this, but that is not the case. D+ will salvage up with 2 players on the east side. Vampire have been very quiet, but of course with the zones constantly to their back, they have been putting out very well-established circle control, just pushing everyone away. So they'll stay alive with 4. With how many elim points though? 0 elimination points. They're going to need to pick up a lot more because they are in the 11th place.
4 Miracle Vibes as well across those fields to the northeast side of Pachinki. And they're going to have to get across soon as well. They'll have to figure out where they want to crash. As Rook moving in, so are the remnants of D+, who have managed to get 2 players back onto their feet, but maybe not quite as favorable as it could have been. Into the smoke, they're repositioning, they're just trying to find their way in with these vehicles. Genesis trying to hold the angle, and Forrest goes down to it. Mernat's there, Weibo maybe unaware of their neighbor. I think they should have known at this stage. Maybe they were just willing to give this one over, but Mernat will be burnt away by this Molotov in the corner. If it spreads correctly, I think it might have just missed on the tag. I mean, the concrete keeping him safe there. Osal with a nade now cooked. Beano Storm trying to move in. In the meantime, Mernat does go down. Now, Forrest can get rezzed on the angle. If Osal can make the cross, he does.
Osal with a nice execution with the molly first to stop the potential push. Follows up with a nade. Here's a nade from Team Queso. Reyes with a good one to just stop the team of Rook pushing in. No knocks, however. And Queso, they have 2 more stronger compounds to fall back to. That might be the case here, as yeah, they will concede the warehouse and let Rook push up a little bit further. A 1-for-1 nade trade. You don't see that happen all the time. But that's Queso with 1 player down on the left side, which is the isolated side. Weibo Gaming chimes in with a distance knock the third party. Vampire, I see them in the distance in the back. They're looking to see if they can wrap around and maybe get some third party action going on.
Get a position out in those headshot hills to the north of this compound. It's really, really tough to make these moves, but if you can get through whilst the teams in that compound are fighting, you're going to have a lot better of a time. You have to be worried about the teams further south, though. Look at the high ground that they've got. This is the compound out to the west that they've been that Vampire have been holding for a long, long time. Nobody else has contested it. And with the roof position, they have such great oversight. They folded back in, not taking control, out to the hills that Schweppes was trying to scout.
Also, I see Tony K on the south side, outside.
Oh, I think we might have lost you a little bit there, Zute. Tony K on that south edge. Going to be looking to try and hold down the angle. Vampire still just holding those sidelines. A nice shot over towards For Miracle Vibes to try and keep them together behind the tree. Still damage sending their way. Nino Storm trying to move on down, and they are falling to the sidelines of D+ as well on the east side. 4 teams currently in that central compound. Just all of them vying for position. To leave that compound is got to be so difficult. Everybody just looking to try and clean out the surrounding area, but you just can't do it. A shift out to the west gives Vampire and Ravenclaw, crucially, that that rooftop high ground angle. It is going to be a bloodbath here, and Vampire are looking to slurp it all up. Those points desperately needed at this stage to try and secure themselves, probably at this point, just into the survival stages. But everybody in the compound out to their east is going to have such a tough time to make this one work. It's going to be so difficult for them to leave this position. Vibes take a knock up the top of the hillside, and it is just a tricky rotation for them. The vehicle's providing little to no cover right now. Tony K on the high ground with that Mini 14, staying out closer to the blue and slowing them down time and time again. Shots through the windows. They've got a buggy, they've got a vehicle, but immediately you try and hop in that. The Mini 14 just lands and tap, and there's very little you can do about it. It's going to be such a tough aggression push.
The push is still going on here. Vibes now forced to push in, and wow, shooting across the center zone, not able to find any cover. And this time around, the full send across the map from Vibes did not work. It might have worked that last match, not this time, as we are down to the last remaining 5 teams. Weibo Gaming hanging in there with 3. They lost one way earlier on. They could have 4 up, but with 3 is what they'll have to work with. As Sook goes down to the nade, Osao is the last remaining player for the side of D+. Can he push in here and take out the entirety of Weibo Gaming, or will he go for the reset onto Forest?
Eliminated through the window, but there's the cross and there's the spray down across the way. So many teams in this compound. I was saying it's going to be such a bloodbath to try and move on out. Osal on the inside, last player to stand, and from underneath, Guaimao with the DBS puts it to sleep. D+ eliminated. 3 teams still in this position, and Vampire have got this position on lock now.
This should be the big one for Vampire. And Vampire, they're a strong contending team, but I don't know how I feel about them, even if they get the chicken here, because their points are very low on the points table. And with that bubble gap being created on the top 3, it just kind of nullifies a big game out of Vampire. Of course, if they're shooting for that top 3 still, every chicken dinner that they could get will be a good one. And the zone blesses them here, blesses them heavily. I don't think any of the 3 teams outside of this zone stand a chance, as all 3 will have to be fighting each other on the way in. I'd like to see Vampire posture up here and take some more aggressive angles potentially.
Difficult. I think the 2 players up to the north are playing on a ridge line that sort of slopes just a bit away from this compound, and that's sort of the furthest forward they can go with the cover that they have, but they still have such controlling position. I'm looking, as you mentioned, at the top 3 right now, because their top 3 teams, For Miracle Vibes, BTR, Major Pride, didn't have the strongest of games. And Weibo, who are the 4th place team, are still in this one. A chance to close that 24-point bubble gap that sat at the start of this match. See how much further they can go, because they're going to want a little bit more than this. Smokes just everywhere, looking to be able to make these crosses, but Vampire chokehold across this one.
Weibo Gaming, the first casualty on this insane push out into the open. Queso and Rook going at it. Weibo Gaming just need to survive up to 2nd place. I think that's the best they could hope for. The compound fight is blazing. Rook seemed to be getting the better end of it, as Queso's down to just Big Lump Milo on the top 4. Weibo Gaming fully taken out there. They went for the cross. They went into the sidelines on Vampire, and here comes Vampire.
They are straight up into the wall. Tony K wants a piece of this pie. They know they need points, and this is exactly how you get them. They have so much utility. Look at that, 11 smokes, 20 nades still in hand, and there's a double nade coming on through for Tony K. He's on the outside and under pressure now from Default. Where's the rest of Vampire? They've careened across this open ground, and they are looking to close it down. Tony K will hop on up, and that is everybody falling in their face. I wonder how many eliminations they were able to close down towards the end. They're happy with it. Well, maybe not elated, but to be fair, they were just waiting this one out, trying to get the maximum value here. Vampire will close it down as we kind of expected, given those final circles. There's a relief to find a performance today to try and climb further back up those tables.
Yeah, you can tell from their reaction that they wish they could have gotten more. But with the way the circle played out, they had to play it that way. If they got any more aggressive, it would have just been unnecessary risk that more than likely could have ended badly for them. As Tony K, the MVP, once again, they have had 3 chickens so far, and I swear, every single time Tony K has been the MVP.
I mean, he is, absolutely. This guy has been
a
force to be reckoned with. A force to be reckoned with. I mean, that was, I think, a lot from that nade that he was sent on forwards. There were a couple of eliminations that happened earlier as well for them. But yeah, absolutely. Such a great pickup to this roster. Came on to the Vampire team at the start of this year for their season. Performed exquisitely at PMWI. Obviously, with Vampire's performance so far here, it hasn't been as maybe noticeable, but this guy is a terror. You cannot discount him, no matter what Vampire are doing. Make sure that you keep an eye on this guy, because he is a force to be reckoned with.
I think the team sets up really well for Tony K too. I think every time there's an off angle to be had, they trust him to take it, and whenever a push, a spearhead needs to be made, the other 3 players are there to support him if things should go wrong. And man, what a match out of Vampire. They need a lot more of it though, but hey, starting it off strong on this one with a few more matches to go, Vampire could still bring it back.
It's going to be tough, but Zute's right. They can still definitely do it. They went into that match in 11th place, technically safe to make it into the survival stage, but I never would have guessed that coming into this event, that we'd have our reigning champions at PMWI back-to-back years just struggling to stay ahead of the bubble and to stay into contention for the Grand Finals. But this is definitely a victory that they needed, not to mention gets them in a little bit of a safer place overall. Being that 11th place, as I mentioned, with Demorte being in 12th, DRS being 13th, and those 2 teams going out early, that gives them a nice little buffer here. But obviously, as the casters mentioned here, Cameron, Vampire kind of wishing they got a little bit more, but honestly, they should just be happy with the victory right now.
Yeah, you're not going to be upset with the numbers that you got. I do appreciate that Tony K saw an opportunity to rush forward and get a couple more for his squad. Yeah, you can see here, they're not super elated at it. They know that they were essentially gifted that win. They just had to make sure to not throw it at the end. But you know, you take what comes to you. In 7 eliminations, we've seen worse. We have seen lower elim wins.
Yeah, whenever you see
some of the other teams.
Are
you seeing that though, Rook, with the 11 eliminations? You were talking about this when we were watching the game too. This is another team that kind of wanted to create a bit of a cushion too, away from that 11th spot. Good to see that out of them. And going back to Vampire Esports, this team has had 3 chicken dinners now, and for them to just continue to be in the spot of, are they even going to be able to make it to survival stage? Are they maybe now going to push towards 3rd place? There's just too much inconsistency for me out of this team. I want to start seeing a little bit more consistency. I mean, if we even went back and look at their wins, they're never able to follow it up.
It's 7. They have 37 placement points with 3 chicken dinners. Ooh. Yeah, they have the most chicken dinners in the lobby, but 7 placement points outside of their victories is not a good sign here for the team from Thailand, who honestly should be doing better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Way too inconsistent.
I didn't realize it was that bad. That's really,
it's the worst bad. Ratio I think we have, actually. Yeah, it is the worst ratio we have.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, look, even at the bottom, Genesis have 8 and 16.
Wait, they had the lowest placement points outside of chicken dinners. Yeah, Genesis with 8, they have 7. Like, not good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's we sort of been hounding on them this entire time. I think that they should make the decision that the second it hits phase 3 to stop using vehicles, because that's usually where the trouble arises, right? But it's so hard to like count them out though, because you'll see rounds constantly, and honestly, so much of it is on the back of Tony K. You'll see all of these rounds where he'll just create something out of nothing, and it's unfortunate that those sorts of rounds only happen every once in a while. but there's all, it's like there's this like level of magic that we're starting to really like see there.
Okay. I do like a little bit of magic, especially when I'm watching some PUBG Mobile. I mean, we're gonna harsh on Vampire. We're gonna hound on them because, I mean, if Michael Jordan, was putting up like 5 points a game, of course you hound on him. One of the goats of, well, I was gonna say the goats of all time, but that's saying like rip in peace. One of like the best ever. You got to be able to perform when it counts. But either way, I mean, Vampire. Yeah, I know, right? But either way, I mean, there's 7th place, Rook in 6th place. I'm actually quite surprised to see Rook be up at this kind of level right now, but really happy to see it. I mean, we saw him towards the north side, as you mentioned, Seven, saying I noticed them, and I was like, how many limbs do they have there? Because I feel like they were quiet, and then you look, and they have like 7, 8 limbs, and I'm like, okay, this team is going a little bit under the radar, but getting themselves ever so closer to potentially breaching top 3. For you guys who are potentially looking to breach top 3 in your own way, you can go vote for PUBG Mobile to be the best esports game. It was brought up by, or nominated by, the Game Awards. Make sure you guys check that out. Voting's going to end on December 7th, so make sure you guys get your votes in. Seven, did you get your votes in?
I haven't. I'm going to.
Cameron, did you?
Oh, instantly.
Yeah, thank you.
I already had a computer set. I already had a bot set up to do it for me.
Oh, okay. Well, Seven, if you are going to go vote, make sure you do it on your Infinix GT10 Pro, which was born not only for professional gamers, but professional voters like you, Seven.
All right, you know what? Let's talk about Rook a little bit more. Going into Miramar yesterday, yeah, we do.
No.
Right? To Miramars? Maybe they'll be able to perform again?
We have to go to break. That's why I was saying that you can't. But you know what? After the break, Seven, you're just not going to have a chance because you're going to be going to game really quickly. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes here. Seven, we'll have time at some point in the show today to talk about them. And we'll see you in a few. All right, well, Seven, this is your chance. This is your opportunity to talk about Rook.
Now, let's talk about the fall. Yesterday, he was able to put up a good performance. Those 10 eliminations that he ended up getting yesterday. Today, it's not just the fall. Today, we're starting to see some of the other players also starting to perform, and that's what we want to see. That's what we've been seeing out of PUBG Mobile for the last couple of years, not just one player being able to carry. And then another one, that just out of Rook, right? Another one with Vampire Esports. I just want to deep dive a little bit more into this. We need to start seeing some consistency. You mentioned it perfectly there, Jason, in regards to their placement points. Outside of those chicken dinners, they're barely being able to get those placement points. We need to start seeing at least some good finishes because they got the fragging power. I feel like they just keep sending it. Even at the beginning of the day, what was it? They went south and they didn't have to go to the military circle.
Whatever. It's all in the past. All that's matter is where they are right now. 7th place, and they're going to look to climb the leaderboards even further as we head into our first Miramar of the day.
They haven't got long left, though. That's the thing. It's going to be weighing pretty heavily on their minds. Securing their position in survival stage is also not a guarantee with the 92 points they've been able to achieve. 83 right now is the 11th place team, although the team below that, Demuerte, 72 points. So maybe a little bit more leeway there. But if they want to chase up to the top, you're right. They have to be more consistent.
Yeah, the bubble to get into that top 3, also the bubble to drop out of the survival stage group is it's just anything could happen to the teams right dead in the middle of the pack. And I'm looking at the scores right now. So many of these teams are sharing similar amount of points, so that's multiple squads that could make it into top 3 and also could drop out and not even make it through to the survival stage. Of course, you know, with 2 more games and a whole day left, we'll get a much better idea by the end of the day as to the fates of all of these certain teams. And that top 3, it closed the gap just a little bit. Weibo Gaming a little bit closer to that top 3 now. I think what's dividing them is a 15-point difference. So little by little, Weibo Gaming are working their way up, and also little by little, Influence Rage is dropping further and further down.
Yeah, they are having a tough time of it. I mean, if they continue on this track and they lack the consistency that we were praising them so heavily for over the last 2 days, there's a very real danger that they could be near that bottom bubble as well, remember, to not even make it to the survival stage if they stay the course. The bubble for the previous 2 weeks was 116 back in Group Green, and in Group Red it was 123. This is for the 11th place team. So that's the sort of measure that you're going to be looking to. Once you've passed that 120-point boundary, it's pretty likely that you're going to be seeing yourself up in that survival stage guaranteed, and obviously more than that, you're going to be looking towards the top bubble, which is around that 180 to 190 point sort of barrier. So no team has managed to cross that threshold just yet. We've still got a long way to go. We're having a little bit of a hot drop here for Demuerte. Seems like we might be. Is this IHC? I feel like it might be as well. These guys love an early fight.
Demuerte and IHC into the hot drop fight. Here we go. Circle pops up. It is far south, opposite of plane path. This southern circle is on Miramar, just like every single time with this group, it seems. As the fight rages on now, the hot drop, one of the players of IHC, Alex, only with the pistol in hand. UMP for Korka, he's on the outside balcony. I think Demo can see him there from the third-person angle, and oh, that nade almost sails into Alex, and oh, the lean peek out the windowsill, almost. He still gets caught though. Zael from a different angle catches him.
With the micro Uzi as well, Alex has got that sawn-off in hand. Pretty dangerous, especially when you're looking for the flushes. Opens the door, baits the shots, but no shots come on through. Malloy here on the high ground with the Scar. IHC currently doing better on this fight. Looks for the cross, Demo caught. And will be behind the wall, but that is a player down, and nade right onto his feet as well from the off angle. Godless keeps it in check, and Milky Way now repositioning. Looks to line them up with the micro Uzi in the alleyway, but he's caught too. And Demuerte looking pretty down bad right now. Furia trying to just get out of there.
Milky Way might have looked for the angle for more knocks, but he did find the confirmation instead. So at least 1 point, Furia in a 1v3 situation. The stairs are a good spot to hold a 1v3 though, as he gets 1 knock. Now he needs 2 more, but he swings out a little bit too wide there. The double push is good. IHC pick up 4 quick points, lose 1 player, but at least the fight is finished over quickly, as this circle, there's a decent rotation for them to make still if they loot fast and rotate fast. Team Queso, the only team to have rotated in, but I do believe Queso is a team that loots Los Leones as well.
Demuerte, 12th place right now, losing out the scrap. Really bad news. We talked a lot about that bubble, and I don't think we focused a lot on Demuerte since day one. They were able to get some decent performances. I felt like they were going to be one of the better of the 2 EU teams. In fact, I called it out, and it seems like Major Pride took that very personally and really stepped up their game after that point. Demuerte have had that fall off as well, and it has kind of been a little bit disappointing because these players, this team, really solid mechanical stuff. I just feel like some of the positions just haven't been that great. I mean, they're making some rotations that I think could be tidied up, and they are being punished for it.
By the way, if you noticed it, the viewers as well, we kind of just witnessed Beano Storm just land. They drifted from the west all the way to the eastern part of the map, just drifting their way in. So I had to do a quick double take. I look back on my mini-map. Yep, they just parachuted in. So we were seeing a lot of this on. I do feel like this PMGC this year in particular, teams are employing a very long gliding parachute versus gliding in the parachute for a vehicle and then continuing on. So this is a change for me, that's for sure. Sem9 on the northeastern side, rotating in. They'll have a straight shot into the eastern side of the circle and could even make their way quite central as the whole entire eastern side of the zone is clear.
Major Pride playing on the west, so the opposite end of things. On the south shift, they'll be moving past Minister Valle, close to D+ on their southwest side, with Chumacera currently occupied by Formerical Vibes. They have got a little bit of a crunch on, but they know this ground well. They'll be able to find the spot that they're looking for, I'm sure, with D+ seemingly looking to sequester themselves a little bit closer to that coastline, rather than pushing up into the hills to the south of Chumacera.
Weibo Gaming have rotated in here from Picado. Did some quick looting. It was a nice drop-off plane path too, so they were able to loot up pretty quickly. And now they'll find more loot in the form of Los Leones. This is their first rotation position. I do remember them playing the same exact spot in a similar zone. So that is one of their favored positions with a southern circle, keeping Los Leones in. Right on the edge of it. So should the circle go west, they do have easy sight lines there. And if it shifts east, they're on the edge and they could wrap back around. BTR coming in from the power grid position. They do also have a straight shot, as not too many teams have rotated center yet. It's just Bino Storm and Weibo Gaming, and Team Queso are actually on the southern side of Los Leones, like far south on Los Leones looting.
Just trying to keep up that loot. Still a little bit of time left on this looting phase to look to break out of your position and start to claim territory that you want to hold later into this match. Stage 1 still halfway through closing and teams yet to make that break. Rook all the way up in that north side. DRS just moving past Hacienda del Patron now towards Graveyard. Genesis breaking south from San Martin. And it looks like Brute Force on the west, close to IHC, who were able to win out that scrap early on, remember. They lost a player for it, but they were able to get those 4 points. IHC by Monte Nuevo with Brute Force.
IHC did not elect to go for that fast rotation, and I can't blame them with only 3 players. Even if you get towards the center, short on 1 manpower, it could get difficult to hold a spot if a team challenges you. So Brute Force slides right in front of them. I don't know if Brute Force realizes IHC is still in Monte. If they do, then Brute Force's position is definitely more so of a trap play rather than just waiting for the circle to shift. Major Pride on the southwest, outside of the zone. They're going to take their time. Shots ringing out here. Genesis taking a little bit damage from Influence Rage. Influence Rage, this team has really not done much at all today. And it looks like they're trying to rotate heavy towards the center, and this is late. This is a late rotation towards the center, which is very risky.
Could be pretty difficult to earn the value from it. Influence Rage, I mean, you said they haven't done much today. Let me quantify that for you. They've got 7 points today on the 4 matches that we've seen from them, which is very, very bad, to be honest. It's not what you want to be seeing from a team from the region that was able to win in Brazil. When you look at what Alpha 7 and Loops were able to do for their group, it's just a little bit lackluster right now. The 3rd day of play seems that teams around them have adjusted well to their play style. So maybe some credit deserves to go to the lobby rather than taking it away from Influence Rage. But with the rotation that they make here, it is central. They have got that spot involved as the northwest side between IHC and Brute Force continues to develop, and IHC seemingly suffering the most for it in the time being. But yeah, 7 points today for Influence Rage. They need more. If they get 7 points today, overall, I mean, sure, they get 10 points today, they get 10 points tomorrow. I don't think they even make the bubble.
It really comes down to this game right now to see what Influence Rage could do. IHC looks like, yeah, I guess Brute Force wasn't setting up a trap point play, and if it was a terrible one, as IHC already found an opening onto Brute Force, and Brute Force now caught in a 3v3 scenario. IHC looking to take down another here. IHC much more grouped up, Brute Force a bit more spread out. They have an angle advantage if that off-angle player in the far backside can find something, but they need to find it quick because IHC already found a nade.
Mind needs to have impact on this off angle, but it's just not there. He might just even try and disengage from this. 5 points already found for IHC, likely a 6th with the flush going on to Neos if they can find it. Ado struggling, and Mind just ticking away on the health bar as well. Stage 2, so it's not dramatic, but it will always be there. It's ever present. A flex out from Alex and another spray onto Ado. They're looking to rack up 7 points on this match, and already it's a good result for IHC. Even if they went down here and now, they still have put in a decent number on the board, but they want to find more here because they're in 14th place right now. They're quite far behind DRS and De Muerte. They're looking to climb up towards Sem9 bubble on that 83-point mark. A current 28-point difference, but 7 points on the board. That's going to shrink that down to a paltry 21 points. And what's that really, Zute?
It's still quite a bit. But gapping 21 points on the bottom half of the leaderboard, much easier than gapping it on the top half. Because the bottom half teams, well, they're not averaging too many points per match, so you could pass them up. So points are basically more valuable. Northside Rook coming in very late on the zone rotation, given their starting spot in the looting. Kind of have to play this way. Meet some opposition and they'll wrap around the other side, which is probably the correct play. You don't want to take a fight on the edge of zone, especially when the next circle is about to pop out here.
You see Mind just through Chubasada now. IHC much further out. I mean, seems like the Mongolian team, IHC, has spotted what Formerical Vibes are doing and thought, oh wait, we could do that as well. Just get 7 points on the board right at the start. See if we can kick things off well. They keep all 3 players alive. Playing on that western edge. D+ over in Los Leones. I mean, we've already had that Los Leones finish, and it looks like we're getting another one.
Oh my god,
Zute,
again?
2 Los Leones finishes. Vampire were able to win out the last one. On the northeast side, it's not unlikely that they're going to have a strong position here as well, but they need to make sure they maintain it, because look at the teams descending on in now.
What are the chances? 2 Los Leones and a Los Higos for this group on Miramar. And that very hard eastern shift that we saw that could have even ended on the islands east away from the mainland. Miramar has not been nice to this group, but they're making the best of it right now. And D+ have crashed in. 1 player here for now for us. The rest of the team rotating in. It's Queso on the defense. Fabian takes a lot of damage there on the crash, but manages to survive. As we take a look at East, or Vibes, they were rotating right there, but the fight is here. The third party from distance, Weibo Gaming, Waimao, can he find anything here? He could throw some nades too and even connect, but D+ getting cut down. It is all down to Nobu.
They really need to try and find some sort of response, but look at the off angles, you're right. This fight is just being crunched between the plates right now of Formerical Vibes on the west side, Weibo over on the east, and Nobu trying to move on through, but it's just not there. Artur stays alive, and Team Queso keep all 4 of their players alive. D+ right towards that bubble as well. A bit of a risk now on the cards, but luckily no team super close by them are looking to leapfrog just yet.
Weibo Gaming on the south side right now, pretty spread out. They have a lot of opportunity to catch brief sightlines. The issue with that is even if they get a knock, it's not going to be a confirmed point. And the circle more central towards the north, so there's a chance that Weibo Gaming have to push into Los Leones, which is always difficult unless they get a nice southern shift. But if that nice southern shift comes out for Weibo Gaming, look just to the east of them. Major Pride is there too, the team that they're trying to pass up.
DRS, shots from IHC, who continue to look to frag out in this lobby. A rotation around, maybe looking to crash on this position as well towards DRS, sweep out this northern side. Alex moving forwards, Godless sweeping down low, Ziol going on that roadside. Godless and Ziol, the forward party. Rules did get res. Delta on the high ground ahead of them as IHC roll up and into the fight. Gianti behind the rock has cover. Killer displaced from this location as well. And they're a little bit split. Can IHC capitalize?
Ziol tries to find that opening, really puts himself in the open right there with that vehicle. Gianti will take down that player. Looks like IHC is just trying to keep it simple. We'll just take isolated fights, less to worry about. But with 1 player down before this fight even erupted, it really does dampen their chances of winning it. And now cut down to 2. They'll have to give it up. they'll have to play in the zone, maybe hope for some nice circles to bump up their points a little bit more. Problem is they gave that point away to DRS, one of the teams they're trying to pass up.
Real tricky rotations right now, but over in Los Leones as well, you've got some difficult choices to make. Are we going to see Major Pride take that 2-up, 2-down position that they took before? That's really weighing on my mind right now because it came back to bite them in quite significant fashion. They didn't really get the value in Los Leones for it last time. It's not often that you can so directly compare two teams play in two different matches in an urban environment like this, right? So it would be very interesting to see how these teams have adapted, how they've researched into the match, and how they change things in this day's game.
Also, this zone might be the same, but the plane path drastically changes things and where teams come in from and the timing of things. Like for this time around, BTR is already in Los Leones, and that might be more so due to the plane path than the adjustment. But either way, BTR don't want to, face the same situation again here. Genesis inside Los Leones. One of them get knocked, and oh, the angle from the side. Mernat will find an opening. I don't think the push is going to come through, though, as one of their players is getting revived. Oh, two more from the backside, so Mernat and his teammate are pushing closer, but yeah, it's not a full engage. And a re-knock.
Sent over to the back lines there, Federal. Kajowski trying to hold down on the angle, but Mernat is still on the sidelines. If they want to keep 4 players alive, they'll need to position for it, but they're more worried about this glut for Genesis on the off angle. Mernat steps out, gets that flush, stops Law from getting rezzed, and in the meantime, the rest of Genesis have all gotten back to their feet. They're 4 players strong, they're playing on the east side, there's no one at their back right now. Effect is on quite a wide off angle for Major Pride, so maybe a chance for that to come into play, but Influence just down to 3.
Yeah, Influence taking the position that Major Pride had the other day. And we saw it's very hard to convert from up there. If you get knocks, it's into compounds, and whoever gets knocked in the compound knows exactly where they got shot from, as Vampire taking the fight with Sem9. And oh, actually, it's Vampire with the position with the high rise that we saw Major Power have. There's 2 different ones, but I think Vampire's in the one that goes all the way to the tippy top, yeah.
Major Pride still wants some high ground there. You can see Dino over on the angle. Effect still all the way back out to the southeast side, not in this zone. Vampire, are they going to go much higher than this? I mean, that's the last floor that Vampire can get to without having cover on the stairs, right? So maybe breaking that one out, trying to give a little bit of time. But Tony K goes too hard out, gets spotted, and it's Rook to take the shots. I don't think he's been flushed just yet, but might be only a matter of time if he's crawling back down.
Yeah, it's risky to move too, because each time you crawl down those steps, like you mentioned, there's no cover on the sides, and each little tap will cause you to bleed further and further. And you can't drop down either, because if you're already knocked, you will confirm yourself in a way if you drop down. Sem9 looking up there too. Tony K, such a big player for the team. They really do want to try and get this revive if possible. Looks like Ravenclaw is going to go for the run up, and instantly just peppered from Rook once again.
I mean, you got to know how dangerous this run is. They actually sent Tony K all the way up to the top, so instead of going down, they went up. Ravenclaw just throws it away. I feel like it's a little bit too risky to go for that push. You don't really have any smoke cover on those stairs either.
But it's Tony K.
That's true.
It's
Vampire
Tony
still
K.
have 2 players alive, though, and that's Shrebs and Newsy. We'll see if they can do anything to try and convert Vampire's performance in the last match into a consistent climb up the tables, but right now it's not looking super likely. Major Pride will not make the same mistake as yesterday. They haven't got up and committed to that high ground. They're playing as 4. They're pushing in from this south.
Yeah, the circle has been shifting, by the way. It just keeps going into Los Leones, so nothing's really changing besides the teams on the outside having to join the party, join the Los Leones chaos here. As we do see the last player of Brute Force trying to find some way in. The Vibes team still right on the edge of the zone. We saw them rotating right there. I don't know if they're going to make a hard committal rotation into the deep end of Los Leones, but with this wrap, it might be it. Usually teams wrap around like this to scout out a pathing to shoot straight shot in the center, and I mean, you don't want to stop at the edge because you're fighting one team and then another as the circle keeps closing.
Shots across, and Influence Rage put up a point on the board as Major Pride lose 1. 3 players alive for Influence Rage still. Vibes trying to move on in. They are playing as 4 as well. A little bit split on the convoy. You can see 2 players a little bit further back. They get up to the apartment block. Have a little bit better time of the forwards too, though, because Genesis have spotted Apex up on that ridgeline, and they don't want to let him get down there. Doesn't have a vehicle, seemingly. Did hop out there. Major Pride diverting some attention to try and hold on this south edge. Moving on through the ground. Actually, just sending straight on through to regroup again. So 3 players still active for them on the buggy.
Yeah, Major Pride pushing in to Los Leones initially as a 2-2, which I do like because they take 2 sides of a strong road pass. So if it goes east or west, they already have a position. But after losing that 1 player to Influence Rage, they don't want a solo player off on their own. There's no revive potential, so grouping up as 3 is the play here. Brute Force made it in, but just on the very edge. Mind also with no more meds. Not even a boost ticking. He's probably running around to look for whatever he can. Some bandages, potentially. As we are going to head into the next circle shift. Taking a look at the teams. BTR only have 3 players. Major Pride lost 1. Vibes still with 4. They're on the south side on the edge. And the other big team to watch out for right now, Weibo Gaming, does keep their 4 players up. They've been here since the very first zone.
They are in a crucial position, not only in the circle, but also in the standings, right? This is a chasing team right now. They're 4th place. They're a couple of points behind Major Pride right now. With Major Pride down to 3. They're going to be a little bit limited, but in urban environments, I feel like it's just almost impossible to call these things always. I don't think anyone would have called Vampire yesterday. I don't think anyone would have called Bigatron doing as well as they did yesterday. It's so difficult to predict what's going to happen. There's so many different cases for what could. It shrinks onto that area that Major Pride have the south side of, but there's a lot of open ground in the middle of that.
Yeah, it is. And if I recall correctly, don't let that compound in the middle fool you. Those long hallways, so to say, it's very difficult to get into. And I think the sides don't even have hard cover. It's like just open from the sides. So we'll see in a little bit if my memory serves correct here. Back in my days, we didn't have too many Los Leones endings. This team, or not this team, this group have had a lot more Los Leones practice than they probably would have liked.
I mean, 1 is more than they probably would have liked. 2, though, that's pushing it. DRS getting across the road here with a little bit of smoke to soften the crash into the long houses there. Goonie spots rules, so the straggler is picked up, and Bino Storm take the point. They'll be happy for it. Team Queso trying to move in, but Weibo have their straggler under control as well. Big Milo down behind the ridgeline.
Gap trying to secure some of these points, and ammo is becoming an issue. Gap only with 100 shots left or so in the M4, or not the M4, the Scar. And I don't think he's confirming nor knocking anyone with the DBS at that range. So discipline, control, and more importantly, precision will come into effect for Weibo Gaming as they are running low on the long-range utility.
Major Pride still in their central location. Influence Rage also trying to hold off against Sem9. Influence Rage need a good match here for today's record because, as I highlighted before, 7 points from today, 8 when you include the elimination they've got now. Lackluster from the Brazilian roster. Rook spotting IHC will go down as well, but they already got the 7 limbs on the outside. Remember Zute, they've already had a fairly decent game.
Yeah, fairly decent. Like I mentioned earlier, points on the bottom half of the leaderboard are in a way more valuable because the teams you're trying to catch up to statistically won't get that many points in each remaining game. We'll see if that will be the case though. DRS still ahead of them by a sizable amount because that point gap is there. Weibo Gaming now in a closer range engagement. The nades are coming into play, but Queso made it across with all 4 players. I like to see a 3-1 here from Weibo Gaming because this is the immediate threat. Even if the circle shifts more inwards, you want to take care of this team so they're not on your backside, and they already got the opening with 1 with that nade. And it looks like 1 player is shifting over here for Weibo Gaming.
have got control of the north side of it. The smoke just to Reyes' left right now, keeping them safer from that angle. But you can see as soon as that starts to fade, it's going to be so much harder. In the meantime, over on the northeast side, Rook and Vampire, the remaining duo for Vampire, looking to try and res to keep 2 players alive, but an aid in through the window doesn't quite connect. It looks like there's only 2 players for Rook as well, but Schweppes is back up immediately. A knock sent back their way. There are actually 3 players for Rook as they managed to find that res as well. Spray down close by. Going to be very, very tricky to hold this. Back up the stairs they go. And Vampire continue to just try and survive in this Los Leones mayhem. But I don't think it's going to go that well. Was that an off angle? I think it might have been. Either way, Vampire going to go down now. The circle shifts down to the southwest.
Southwest circle makes things easy for Weibo Gaming. Now all they have to do is focus on Queso. Elsewhere on the northwest, teams have to push in, and it is BTR. We are looking at BTR versus the side of Bino Storm, and very close by is still the duo of DRS. So this is going to be a tough one for these duos to push in through. BTR starting it off against Bino Storm in a very difficult complex apartment building to find any openings with.
Really, really tricky. You're going to have to fight for those stairs. I think there's a brute force player involved in there as well, potentially. Not entirely sure. No, it was just mine, and he's on the south side, so he's gotten away. Team Queso, in the meantime, on the south, trying to make this crossing against Weibo. Have managed to find themselves in the building, but Reyes cut down on the sidelines. That is by Gap on the off angle. Weibo still have Meng up on the high ground in the back. You can see that maybe a little side swipe coming through, but they'll hear the steps, and Artuz is on the inside as well. Team Queso throwing every trick in the book in this engagement. Stoop unawares, immediately turns around, not quite going to find the second, and Artuz lights them up. Weibo down to just 1 player in this fight. Remember, the off angle is being held right now, and they need a response. Big Milo finding both the flushes. There's a response, but they've lost 2, and this is disaster. Artuz from the inside. They didn't realize he'd got across.
That was a huge fail out of Weibo Gaming. 4v2 in that situation. And they lose 2 players, and they haven't even confirmed the 2 points yet. Team Queso could still take out Weibo Gaming. This would have been a huge one for Weibo, but hold that thought as BTR now starting to really take that fight with Bino Storm. And BTR had 3 players only, and BTR will win that fight against the 4 of Bino Storm. But of course, DRS was always close by and waiting and timed those shots, that third party, at the most opportune time, not taking any casualties besides the 3 that they already have.
I don't know if you noticed that in the middle of it as well. Influence Rage just went down with another only 1 elimination. I think it was either 10th. I think it was 10th place as well, so just the 1 point so far. 8 points today. Going into the last Miramar, they're going to need something special to try and keep up that pace. We'll see who can take that mantle up. Weibo, with their chance to close the gap, being taken away from them. Major Pride and Formerical Vibe, both still alive. But on the southeast side, one of the 2 of them is likely to be going down here. Just Ming remains for Weibo on their chase. They've only got 2 eliminations so far this match. And Team Queso, I feel like we're seeing much more from them today. I think it's fair to say they have been performant in a way that they haven't so far this stage. So it's good to see teams starting to step up. Chile will be happy about that one.
I just want to say I called it first.
That's true. You did. I heard you.
Oh, it's not done yet, though.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. They're really bad.
Oh, it's just down to Milo here. And, I mean, look at this zone. Weibo could have 4 up. This is the crucial game they're going to look back today and just really beat themselves up over, I imagine, as Rook still trying to fight in at DRS, not stopping anytime soon. 1 HP, though. The DBS almost gets it done. And the last player, oh yeah, that blue zone really close by. I would advise him not to take any shots and just sneak in if possible. And it looks like he made it in for now, as Major Pride still in the game with 3 players alive.
And lighting up for Miracle Vibes as well. Contest for the 2nd place spot starting to heat up for Miracle Vibes eliminated. Major Pride adding those 2 to the tally. SCM9 trying to move through those open sides that you were talking about, Zude. 2 players falling down. They're on the bubble right now, so SEM9 have an important match here. A spray down for Murnat, and a 3rd player falls. 2 players alive. Poor Genesis down in 15th place right now. A strong finish here could put them back in contention, and Smile has more to do. Major Pride looking to play a backstop to this engagement, and Naomi finds the last player. Depth remains alive, and SEM9 can survive a moment longer.
Oh, Major Pride are going to pick up so many more points here, too, because they're the only team with 3 up. Everyone else are solos. So Major Pride, even if things go terribly for them here and they get, third party from each different angle because they are kind of towards the center, I do imagine they're going to pick up at least one more elim points, if not two, and ladder up some more on the placement points. And there is a second floor to this building too. I don't know how effective the sight lines are from that second floor, if there's a lot of windows that could be looked through. But this is the final zone. We're closing down to the middle, and the middle is in the wide open in that plaza.
Weibo able to finally get their revenge a little bit, but is it too little too late because Rook is still here? Rami able to get another point on board for them. And now we're on 4 teams alive, but look at the health bars. Brute Force and Rook both pretty lackluster right now on those supplies. Mind trying to survive out in the blue, but he's going to just get crunched. The Molotov there to try and just tick away and get the point involved. The Major Pride, they really want to try and climb up as high as possible. Mind goes down for Brute Force. SEM9 on the outside have managed to get deep into this game. Top 3 and a good result here. Rami denying the point, and it's just Depp on the outside by the fountain. He does have a decent central position, so if Major Pride make a misstep, could be dangerous, but you've got to imagine with 3 players, they're going to have a good time here. Spray down onto Nomi. Can't quite connect the knock. We'll be able to find it. No nades, no first aids either. They know he's here. And actually, Major Pride are quite close to the edge here. Naomi goes low. A nade over to Depp doesn't find what he's looking for. Depp is starting to give them a little bit of nerves to worry about. Naomi down. An effect the last to stand. Tags on with a nade. Needs to win the challenge. Confirming the flush. And SEM9 want the bubble. Effect takes damage as well as he steps forwards. Depp could go all the way. It's the one player left for SEM9. They play through the edge. And Effect in danger. He breaks out with a nade to the wide side. And Effect sprays around the edge. Tags a little bit more damage. Keeps it under control. Bandage to go. Spray around the side. With the bandage, he is going to be able to top himself up a little bit. Depp is closer to the center. He's got control. And it has to be Effect to make it work, but it's there. And finally, Major Pride close it down, but Depp was making it hard for them. They gave those 2 points over to the bubble, and they'll be happy to be able to close that one down, but my goodness, that was worrying.
That was one for the history books of PUBG Mobile competitive. A 1v1 ring around the rosy in the middle of the fountain. I don't think we will ever see that again, and what an ending that was. Depp played that so well, maximizing the points too, going for the conversions on those knocks, and he did it in a way where he didn't eat more damage. He did it in a very safe manner, lean peeking out the right side instead of over the top. Very good job for Depp, but honestly, the spotlight goes to Nomi and the team of Major Pride. That is a huge chicken dinner win. The teams ahead of them, I don't think got too many points. All of a sudden, Major Pride wanting to take that first place position.
And with Weibo having their power severely diminished as well, remember, by that engagement with Team Queso, their chase is going to be a little bit slower now. So up to 4 Miracle Vibes, they'll try and push up, but I think they're still going to be in 4th place. Influence Rage, again, only 1 point this match. Not going to be a good time for them, but Major Pride have the pick of the litter. They're able to get a lot of points from this match, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be at the top of the tables.
I'm not going to lie, man. Major Pride has just been massively impressing me. The position they had as well in Los Leones, which obviously is going to be very difficult to win out from. As we were talking about this match, we're looking at, okay, there's like 12 or 14 teams left alive, and we're probably not going to see many go out until the final moment. But 7, the position that Major Pride had, with the amount of teams surrounding them, it made it almost impossible for any team to penetrate their defense and to get into that compound they were holding.
Yeah, when we were watching you, we were saying, how are they being able to maintain their composure? How are they even able to defend this compound? And I feel like you said it too. Them being able to be in the middle and just having so many openings towards their compound, nobody was going to be able to just freely push in. But when teams did start pushing in, they were able to defend it really well, considering that they only had 3 players. Now, good job, Major Pride. But a big surprise to me today has been Rook, once again, being able to put up 7 elimination points, 12 points total, being able to back up some of the performances that they did have yesterday on Miramar. Hopefully, we'll continue to see that in the last Miramar. And then last but not least here, Team Queso. A great push out of this team so far today. They ended up getting a chicken dinner earlier in the day, but they're continuing to at least mark up those points and keep themselves away from that 11th place.
Yeah, for just to touch on Rook again real quick, they did have a win 11 eliminations very, very recently, and then 2 third places before that. The only, concern is that they have a whole bunch of double-digit placements as well, and even after that win, it was 2 double digits with very low eliminations. So there's a level of inconsistency there, but with this recent performance and how tight everything is in the middle, they're now up to 5th place. It's still a long climb if they were to want to try and challenge the current top 3 who are off in their own little playground somewhere like way far and away from everyone else. But as far as keeping themselves as far enough away from bottom 5, Rook have done a really good job recently.
Yeah, fantastic job, and even to be fair, Team Queso, and I know 7up trying to bash it too harshly, but we see Influence Rage dropping down to 7th place. Brute Force as well has just been on a downward trend, but to see Major Pride push themselves up like this, again for Queso in particular, this team looked like hot garbage in Americas. I know they already qualified through the PMGC. I'm not afraid to say they look like hot garbage. I think everyone would agree with me to say that. But the fact is they've come into this group and they have started to really perform and really be able to frag out, which I think for me was one of the biggest things I was worried about with this team.
Yeah, it was in the way they've been. I mean, going back to the beginning, right, when they were able to actually defend a compound, when that has been a big question mark for them, not even being able to defend a compound when they do have control of it. And going back to what you were saying in regards to Influence Rage, now I'm worried. I was talking about how they were being consistent. I was talking about how they were still able to maintain those top 3. That consistency has stopped, and we are not seeing any of the top-off performances. We're not seeing any of those high fragging besides just one match. I think they ended up with 12 elims. Now I'm starting to get worried because those teams that were in 11th place, that 11th place has now moved up. If I'm not mistaken, I think that the gap between them and 11th place was somewhere along the lines of 12 points. A lot of these teams that are within that 11th point, they are able to get those points in just one match. So Influence Rage, we need to see a reaction here out of them.
Yeah, it's at this point mathematically more than possible. I mean, and with their new level of consistency of fewer than 3 points per round, it is now looking very likely, unless something changes again for Influence, that they could even be in the bottom 5, which would be absolutely disastrous for them, considering their position at the previous days at the start of today, punching up there close enough with the top teams.
Well, let's not forget about another team out there, Vampire. Got to bring them up again because they won our previous match. Well, not the one that just happened, but match 4. Yeah. And then they go out with, I believe, 0 points in this last match. You get a lot of highs for them considering they've won 3 chicken dinners, but a lot more lows, unfortunately, for this team who has bounced back into the second page here on our rankings. So they're potentially still able to fall out and potentially not even have a chance in the survival stage.
How do you have 3 chicken dinners? The only team with 3 chicken dinners, by the way, and you're on the bottom half of the leaderboard. To me, that's absolutely wild. And things can change again, illustrating the fact that the overall leaderboard is very, very tight, very, very, very tight in the middle section. 5th place Rook all the way down to D+, and 11th is like 12, 20 points.
Okay, well, you know what? We still have 1 match left to come up today before we get into our final day of play tomorrow. So hopefully we can see some teams step up here. 7, he's going to put it all on Influence Rage if he was gambling. Me, I don't know who's going to win at this rate, but I know it's going to be a good match. So let's throw it to our commentators of John and Zute.
Major Pride able to win out the second Los Leones circle we've seen on Miramar. They've had good positions, I think, on 2 of the 3 crazy Miramar finishes that we've had. The Los Leones, the Los Hicos Islands as well. They have done pretty decently well, but they are now at the top of the tables, top of the pyramid. 148 points right now, and the bubble sits at 141, so it is very close amongst those top 3, but they are continuing to just keep that moving up and up and up.
Yeah, Major Pride, I feel like out of the top 3 teams, all 3 of them still need huge chickens if they want to try and, keep that spot, because the bubble, it may have widened a little bit, but man, I feel like the teams are hungry. We've seen Queso climb all the way up from the depths of the leaderboards. Weibo Gaming just hanging on in there. Weibo Gaming could have done way better that last match, but they still converted a decent amount of points. And between the top 3, if you want the top 1, I mean, if you don't get the chicken, one of the other teams will, between BTR and Vibes. Heavy, strong teams that we have here in this group. And I mean, this is why we call it the group of death.
Absolutely. So difficult to make headway in this group. And I mean, it's demonstrated by the fact that Influence Rage have fallen off so hard, right? These teams are so strong. we wouldn't have even considered Influence Rage not being certainly in the contest for top 3 at this point, at the end of day 3, going into that final day. But right now, they're in the conversation for the 11th place bubble as well. I mean, this is a dangerous position to be in, and it shows you as soon as you show weakness, as soon as you start to fall off a little bit, that could be it for you. It can close down on you so fast.
Yeah, so I know you gave me the stat earlier, but now after 6 games, how many points has Influence Rage gained today?
They're up to 9 points, or 8 points today, I believe.
8 points in 8 points in 5 games.
Yeah, so if they can't get a good game here, they had 92 points at the start of today. They're on 100 right now. If they can't get a good game here, and if they repeat this performance tomorrow, like I said, they are at risk right now because the bubble sits normally at about a 120 mark. Around that sort of area, you want 130 to be a little bit more safe, but to be honest, with this lobby, it could be even higher than that.
Yeah, I don't know the stats, but statistically, this could be the worst day performance across all 3 groups, maybe? Like, potentially? It's up there in terms of being down there in how badly a team does in a day, and this is Influence Rage we were talking. Maybe I caster curse them, John. I spouted about how consistent they were so much that they are now meeting the exact polar opposite of consistent. So
well, actually, no, they are being consistent today.
I mean, don't tell me it. Don't say that.
Consistently bad.
Don't say that. Oh, man.
So, you know, technically, you're still not wrong. So
sure,
you know
okay. All right. So no caster curse. It's just they're still consistent. Yeah.
It's true. Consistently making maybe I'm not well. It's really difficult to put a finger on exactly what is going wrong. I mean, if it was easy to do, obviously they would just make that adjustment and they would be able to move forwards. But it's made doubly hard by the fact, as you highlighted before, Zute, that we didn't really see a lot of spectacular standout plays that stick out in your mind when you think back about what Influence Rage have been able to do. So you don't really have anything to compare it to. Yeah, what's different?
I honestly think they're just today. It looks like they're going more way more central, way more often. Whereas in the previous 2 days, I just recall them being being patient on the edge and waiting it out. Then again, I could be completely wrong, right? They could have gone more central on the first 2 days also, and we never noticed because they just slide right under the radar, wait till that, later stages of the game, and then out of nowhere they have 4 players up with only 1 to 2 eliminations, and they get their consistency points. But this circle does help them out a little bit. Very far to the east, it also helps out Vampire. They're going to be starting out on the east side as well.
They have got Ravenclaw down as a south post outpost towards, beyond Labendita, in fact. For them, so they'll grab a vehicle from there, move on in. We're going back over to this east coast. We've seen this, I think, twice so far on this Miramar setup, and again, a late float down for DRS for another team in this lobby. They do like to stay in the air for a long time. You get great sight lines up there. Unfortunately, you just can't take shots.
Oh, seen this before. It's a 2-seater. The 3rd seat on the hood of the car as he goes and picks up that monster truck. I'm sure he doesn't want to be riding the rest of the game on the hood of the car. That is a more dangerous position to be in than on the back of a buggy. So Team Queso starting their rotation now. And huge point gap for top 3. So like 40 points for a Queso to make it in there. But I mean, they were down in the dumps. They were like around 14th, 13th in that area, if not lower at some point. So Queso doing a great job bringing things back. Many teams starting to make headway into the zone on the east side now as you see them rotating here. Influence Rage are also rotating in. I don't know how much loot they have. You can see Federal with the UMP and pump shotgun with barely any ammo in the UMP too. And in a map like Miramar, you need that long range ammo and you need a lot of it.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to, jump in with the car. But I'm imagining they're going to be sending up towards some of the compounds further north with the plane path as it was. They just needed to grab vehicles and get on the road because teams are still making their way on through. So hopefully they'll be able to find a loot spot further up north towards Junkyard and see if they can split that amongst them. Team Queso, as you said, a rather illustrious record today. They have certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons towards the top of those tables, and probably done enough to secure themselves at least into the survival stage, which is great news for the Chilean roster.
Yeah. And I think survival stage is honestly a pretty decent, you know, a finish, because outside of that, you have to be top 3 out of 16 global caliber teams. So getting to that top 3 is extremely difficult. Just making it into survival, I think a lot of teams would be okay with. As Vampire taking in an early fight with D+ here.
Scrap for Tony K. I don't think they're all here right now. I think it's 3 players, and Shreps are still regrouping from the western side. Yeah, you can see them just entering now, crashing in, so they are going to group up. A nice, swift regroup on the sign of aggression coming on through just to the north side of Impala. So a couple of teams looking to take position here, but D+ still haven't made super large amounts of headway into this compound. They have broken out to 2 sections of it now, but still biding their time, not going super aggressive.
D+, I think they're also kind of worried if the fight gets really messy, a third party could come in, because this is the center of the zone, and this is a power position as well. You see those giant rock formations right there. Whoever holds this compound can also get control of the rocks later on, should the circle stay or hover around this area. So third party is definitely a thing for both teams to consider, and I think that is why both teams are kind of playing it more safe, a little bit more distanced.
Just playing a little bit further back, but remember what Weibo were able to do with that high ground before, especially Sook on that area, just to the east side of that big rock, of that high mesa position. With those nades, he was absolutely brutal, so team's going to be worried about that for sure. So we'll weigh pretty heavily. And a standoff continues over on the central compound, on that power position.
Many teams now have positioned themselves near the center. Oh, Milo taking a little bit of a fall. He should be okay, though. But Queso, Bino Storm, Weibo Gaming, Vampire, D+, all positioned quite nicely towards the central. And off-center, we have a couple of teams, too. Major Pride, Genesis, Sem9 rolling in from the southeast, Influence Rage rolling in from the northeast. Yeah, Influence Rage looks like they actually rotated from the south up through the middle of the circle towards El Azahar to finish looting, and now they're coming in from the northeastern side.
So they should be nice and looted. No more UMP and pump action on the loadout. Coming on through, they'll have grabbed plenty of vehicles. Brute Force playing on the outside right now, just near Hacienda del Patron, near San Martin, and pretty near to DRS. You can see them breaking a little bit further east, not wanting to step into that sort of, well, the very, very treacherous ground that sits around Graveyard near Picado and Minas Generalis. That valley between it is really dangerous to try and move through. So sweeping out to the east might give a little bit more problem towards Genesis, towards Influence Rage. As the seconds phase pops and we're going down, hey, it could be another Los Leones finish. You never know.
Oh, man, please not. It could be an Impala finish, which we have seen. As Team Queso got a knock on to BTR, but BTR will get that quick revive. This Southern Circle shift is not going to be a good one for... Actually, maybe it might be good for Influence Rage. Maybe this might force them to play a little bit more on the edge side, and that might convert them more points in a little bit of a better game than they had today. We'll see how Influence Rage decides to play this out. As for the Central Zone, I mean, many things are already completely taken, and there's not a lot of strong power positions in the center zone. You got a few compounds, but that road and all the barren fields is a dead no-play zone for many of the teams trying to rotate in.
Influence Rage making their way down the east coast right now, with the hillsides to cover them off. First contact that they'll find will be with Weibo, if they have those sightlines out that way, that is, if they break a little bit too far inland. They can just stay down towards the coastline. You can see Federal making sure he's behind the dip. They're being diligent. They are scouting. And obviously, it is a strong team, and we've seen them be up there with the best. So I feel like, in my mind, they have kind of shifted to be a team that doesn't really have an impact in this lobby. But you have to remember that they absolutely have been able to put up consistent performances. It's just today seems to be their kryptonite.
Yeah, today with a record low performance out of them as D+ gets very close, and now he hears the gunshots and he will turn tail and run away. I'm surprised Team Queso, none of them were really watching that side to begin with and let that player get that extremely close. But they will hold down the position. They curtail D+. D+ will play at this road split, which is also a strong position still. Circle slowly closing in here. Many of the teams positioned up, and if you take a look, there's still all 64 players alive.
They are certainly all still going. Rook, I think they've taken a knock out in the blue zone. They rotated very, very late from the north side. Rami here certainly.
What happened here?
Could get rezzed. I'm not quite sure. I think it would have been play zone, because unless brute force crashed into them,
no,
it's just blue zone damage all the way up on the north.
Maybe definitely a vehicle mishap. I think he might have launched over something, because there's no way he took no damage and just ticked himself all the way down. But that is the case right there. Must have been a vehicle mishap. Yeah, maybe I cast a curse saying, hey, look, all 64 up, and nope. One player is knocked out there in the blue. A big circle shift here. Well, I mean, it didn't really shift anywhere, but this terrain, I mentioned it earlier, so much of that space is a no-play zone. It's just open fields with like some hay bales. I don't imagine any teams are going to move around in that circle. They're all going to keep continuing to hold their positions. So the big eyes for me are onto Weibo Gaming, which I don't think are going to rotate either. They might just stay in Impala, but Brute Force are going to have to find a way in.
Influence Rage have managed to sneak in as well around the side, the south edge of Impala along that road. Brute Force, you're right, they are going to be behind on that one. Rook are still, I believe, all the way out to the north.
Oh yeah, Rook's not here yet.
They are not on the map right now. I think they dropped or went over towards Campo Militar very early on and are still making their way down. I'm not entirely, they could have gone for a wide swing. I can't see them on the map right now, so we'll have to wait for them to make an appearance. Rook, similar to Team Queso, actually, have had a phenomenal day today, right? These two teams have stood up in ways that we said of Vampire yesterday, that we kind of said of BTR in day one as well.
Rook always coming in from the north very late. Brute Force catches. No, he gets caught himself, taking a very long spray, not connecting, and Sam on the aggression already. Depp, he's fired up, especially from that last match, almost pulling off the chicken dinner 1v3. Depp is getting close. He's got that nade. Just trying to wait in here for more vehicles approaching maybe to go for that revive. Throws a nade out, maybe get some damage onto the knocked player. It's going to be a difficult revive for the side of Brute Force to make.
You've also got a player, 479 on that off angle. You see him behind, and a lot of the sightlines for Brute Force actually worried about him. They know it's a solo here, and Depp on the forward position. Gonna make things tough. You could see there's the shots from that off angle, playing on the higher ground there, down to the southwest side. Tam opening up. There is a player from Brute Force just over this ridge to his right. It's Prepod, I think, opened up a little bit there, so maybe they know about this location. Shots over towards Depp will land, and Mind gonna break down low. Ado is down, but the rest of them looking fairly healthy. They've isolated one player to get a knock. They know this res is here, only one player active to deal with for the next sort of 8 seconds, 8 to 10, if they're lucky.
Influence Rage looking to maybe third party this. They hear all the commotion happening here. Sem9 gets that revive, and they're trying to disengage, but the tables have turned. Brute Force now on the aggression, and they kind of have to because they weren't even in zone the whole time. So pushing forwards was the play, and they are executing it cleanly. Influence Rage very close by, but with the circle about to shift, Influence Rage might be a little bit more hesitant. That is not the case. They're pushing in. They find a first knock, and the circle shifts wide towards the north.
All right, they put their 9th point of the day on the board for Influence Rage. They want to find a little bit more, and the circle shifts away. Team Queso happy. Genesis happy on that northwest side. Rook have made an appearance. Look, there they are on the north. You can see them, finally.
Oh, yeah.
They are playing as 3 after their unfortunate mishap. We'll have to rewind the tapes to see exactly what happened there, but I don't think it was player-influenced issue. I think it was an unforced mistake. which is unfortunate for Rook to play as 3 because that is a really strong position as well.
It's a decent spot. Hard to get out of, but I mean, if you're in the circle at this point in this type of zone with hard cover, hey, I'll take it. And that is what Rook is going to be playing with. They're going to have to be worried about Vampire, though, because before we saw Vampire on that eastern compound next to the huge mountain or rock formations, they're not in the zone, and they have 4 up. And the closest target for them would be Rook.
That's true, but Vampire have to move, and Weibo are going to send out their way as well. So from this eastern side, Rook can stay hunkered down. The rest of them, they're going to have to move. They're going to have to get through open ground, and other teams are going to take their attention their way as well. So difficult maneuvers. I like Rook's position on the north side. Genesis, their major competitor. There's that ridge line up on the road that they can play up to. I think they've got a lot of potential here. Into stage number 5. But DK so certainly, again, finding themselves in a strong central area. We saw it back on, I believe it was it Sandhawk or was it was one of the Erangels, wasn't it, where they had just this slap bang central area that they had completely under control.
Looking to repeat that Erangel performance where they got that chicken dinner. As Sem9 finally going out. Brute Force did not confirm that point, though. It was the play zone that ticked it at the last second. And here's that wide swing to the northeast that you mentioned. Weibo Gaming meeting some opposition in the form of Vampire. So they'll just be happy with the edge of zone, but I don't think they're going to stay happy much longer because this position offers them no control. To the north, Vampire. To the south, Influence Rage. Weibo Gaming, I don't think they navigated this circle very well.
Bino Stormer there as well. Influence Rage, they've put their 9th point up on the board, sure. They're taking nade damage from Weibo. In the meantime, Bino Storm just a little bit ahead of them. Nades downhill. Genesis holding out on this northwest point. You've got Smile as a backstop. They're playing nice and reserved here in the compound to the north side. No team's really looking to push into them just yet, except for Demuerte. Maybe a chance that DRS try and third party onto this, try and swing through that Labadita crater. But we'll have to wait and see. Major Pride holding out on the south in the meantime against Brute Force, who are going to go all the way out. Influence Rage do spot Sook on the off angle. So Weibo, a little bit dismounted there, but Lil Boy close forwards. Gap goes down on the rotate forward, but there is answers coming through from Weibo. However, Vampire are chiming into the backlines. They have got sightlines here. Only one player for Influence to fall, and they put their 10th point of the day on board now.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming forced to make a bad push because they were sandwiched. They might have been forced to make a bad push, but earlier they could have set up way better. A huge mistake out of Weibo Gaming for the last match of the day. Vampire holds strong, and Vampire's going to continue to pressure this. And I think at this point, Vampire realized they're just high enough in the leaderboards that they could shoot for that top 3, but they're low enough that they're going to need to pick up a lot of elimination points and do it in a huge fashion as the team rolls up and immediately gets cut down. And Influence Rage down to just a solo player. Bino Storm heavily damaged as well. Vampire should look to get very aggressive here.
It's 4 points for Influence Rage when they go down. You're right, Vampire can get aggressive, but D+ going to start to circle out wide as well, so they have other fish to fry. They might have to chill out a little bit. Influence Rage, 4 points. It's their best game today, but it's just not going to be enough. I mean, that puts them up, I believe, to 12 points on today's matches. Again, if they repeat that performance, I don't think they're going to be safe. So they have to do more tomorrow. A disappointing result for the Brazilian team.
I just recalled how many points you've told me that they've gotten today before these points, and they got 5 of those in Sandhawk, if I remember correctly.
Oh, maybe it isn't their best game today.
Yeah, so they got absolute zeros in between Sandhawk until now. I think they may have picked up a point or two, but that's not my concern right now, as this is Influence Rage out, and the other teams are still fighting here. IHC on the south side, not in the zone, and I don't think they'll find any decent cover coming into that circle on the south side. Vampire still alive, still trying to finish out this fight with Bino Storm. It was kind of short-stopped with the potential interference from D+, but D+ have gone back to that roadside. Bino Storm swinging out very wide, just looking to see where they could play at.
Major Pride also, the backstop to Bino Storm's position. Major Pride trying to move on with 3. They do get across. D+ can't quite slow down the first break, but the nades might find their way out this direction, as could the shots coming on through from Team Queso in the middle. Ravenclaw spotted Bino Storm putting a nade over. That's right on top of two players. They have to be careful, and that's a lot of damage sent out their way. Tony K and Schweppes now need to hold it down for them. Nagon pushed off the ridgeline. Schweppes can stay in to cover for the time being, but no, he's knocked, and Nagon can move forwards, but there's the catch for Tony K. Can he keep Vampire in this? There's still 3 players for them to get back up, but I just don't see it happening here. With Bino Storm still having that Okuni, Tony K, of course, he's going to win that one out. Needs to drop the smoke. Vampire starting to bleed heavily now. 3 players alive, but they are falling. And that's Tony K to go out. Vampire eliminated. Major Pride can continue to play on this south side.
And Major Pride in a decent position here. If they can manage to push past D+, they're in a okay position to get more info, but if the circle goes anywhere center or towards the west, which is most likely to do, they have a huge crossing to maneuver through. And D+ with 4, you're not going to fall over for free, not with that nade from Forest. Effect is down, only 2 up for Major Pride. Dino with the DBS in hand, trying to get some shots in, not enough there. And Nomi, the lone survivor, can he make something happen?
I mean, we saw 1vx's happen before. Nomi on the wrong end of that one. Can he be on the right end of this? Spray. DBS around the edge. The first knock is there. A low HP, but the buggy takes him down. And it is going to be D+ taking out Major Pride. For Miracle Vibes, they're in the field. They have taken a knock, but they are in a position in the next circle, looking to try and keep the edge of it. I think they're just cutting with the next zone. With them, weren't they? They managed to stay alive in the foothills underneath Genesis as well.
They're at a, right now, the Vibes team, for Miracle Vibes, just trying to stay alive through the use of smokes. They're at one of those little shacks right there, or not really a shack, but a mix of hay bales. And yeah, as soon as those smokes run out, I don't think they're going to be able to keep all 4 up. They're in a very compromised position, especially from Team Queso's Fortress, just to the east of them. They'll be able to outlive IHC though, as IHC forced to come in, and it looks like the smokes are starting to run out, and yeah, major damage being taken here.
Miracle Vibes right on that 3rd place bubble, being eaten alive out in the fields there. 1 point on board. I think they'll get at least 1 placement so far as well, but they will be looking to try and keep up with BTR, who just sit ahead of them right now. And the question is, can a team like Rook, can even Team Queso put a big enough dent to go into tomorrow with a chance of laddering up into that 3rd place? Rook with 2 players alive. Team Queso probably the most likely to get a high value match out of this one.
Queso only with 1 point so far though. But with the next circle shift, I think Queso will have to push out, and maybe they could get more. And man, Vibes here just... They're a pincushion for everybody. Everyone just taking some pot shots there, knowing there's points to be had. IHC, Zayol on the outside, and IHC out-survives the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Not enough smokes right there, and too much focus with 4 players up. Everyone wanted a piece of that pie.
And hey, look at this. The bottom of the table's very, very alive right now. 11 through 15, all still in action. Some decent points potential for a lot of them as well. Maybe less for IHC as they do go down and out, so they will be staying on their points total. But you still got Muerte, you've got Genesis over on that north side. You've got D+ as well, looking to navigate over on that east, moving up the roadside to play close there. A battle for the bottom bubble as well will still continue to rage on as Rook are eliminated over on the north edge.
Teams are posturing up for the final zone here. The biggest fight here on the northwest near this compound. This compound has, you know, that deep dip to the west and east, so it's housing 3 teams here. The last 2 other teams a bit more further away and separated, also isolated. Demorte get a crate drop. That could come in handy here as we head into the next zone shift. Who is it going to favor? Will Queso get a little bit of this favoring down there, isolated on the south? The fighting is going to bring out here. Genesis gets the first opening, does almost get that second one, and they do. Now, the side of Genesis looking to be in the advantage at this fight.
The high ground position on the roof just not really coming into effect on the Smiles position. He has a 3rd challenge as well over on the sidelines. the meantime, they have to displace the top of the roof position, and Smart might have just misstepped a little bit too far, but he makes it to the wall. Knows there's a player on the outside, wants to back up his team, but no, it doesn't matter. Ichi is there, is knocked, but can he stay alive? Can he get back up before Demuerte go for a third party? Capitalizing on the chaos, it's D+ to move across a little bit of open ground up into a ridgeline to give them a chance. DRS are eliminated, but Genesis looking to try and keep it together. Demuerte want to eliminate them because nobody's in this zone except for D+ moving forward.
I think Queso might be in the zone just slightly at the previous compound that they've been holding, so that's a good circle for Queso. Queso also have one of those hay bales in front of them. If they were to do a 2-2 split, D+ moving on to the northeastern edge. Demuerte tries to go for that third party, got third party themselves as they were crossing over into the open. They're going to be forced back into the ditch, which was in the circle. Maybe a little overzealous there out of Demuerte. Up with the solo, Malloy. Yeah, he realizes he has to leave that ditch too because the full 4-man team of Genesis are going to crest over. He's going to see if he can find some special spot in the center that's going to give him cover from all sides. Might have found it. We'll see how long he lasts there.
Not very long is the answer. Big Milo able to pick up that point. Team Queso, 5 eliminations now on the cards. Demuerte still have a 4 elimination, 4th place, so a decent run from them. And be able to survive underneath Genesis. As D+ seemingly starting to execute quite nicely here. The flush taken away, and that's actually Potro to be able to tap away with the Mini 14, denying the point to D+, adding it to the Team Queso bank. 6 elimination as they move up the wheel, keeping Fabian safe for now.
And this zone is playing out perfectly for Queso to maximize their points towards the end game too. D+ with just, oh no, D+ with 4 players, 12 nades, no smokes though. That's gonna be very favorable for Queso. Genesis with only 4 smokes in that ditch. They still get the circle, and there's gonna be one more. Let's see who it favors this time around, and it goes up, but Queso already has a forward position in play.
Artur's in the zone. He does move away from them. The question is how many of those sort of positions are available, because it's very unlikely you want to stack up all fully on that area. It's tricky.
Yeah.
Artur's going to be that forward linchpin. 2 players moving. It's Big Milo and Reyes in the vehicle. They are going to crash a little bit wide, dropping 1 off and diverting back up. Okay, so they're just playing around their vehicle. They know they need to get back and forth. Genesis taking shots. If you can take that vehicle out, it's going to severely hamstring Team Queso's power on that south side.
Even if Queso makes it into the circle with 4, this is the final zone, and center zone's kind of in the middle of both, but the third party might be there if D+ is going to instead just initiate the fight. I mean, D+ had the 4 up, so it makes sense for them to go aggressive. Queso needs to time this third party well, but also to be careful not to get too overzealous and lose players themselves. Queso posturing up a little bit, but it looks like D+ are going in for the kill.
They were in a way better position to get the res on D+. They've managed to pull their player back up, and now they're rolling in as 4. The nade over the top, a second knock as well, and it's going to be clean sweep across against Genesis, but Team Queso have had time to move out in the open. Potro caught across, and Nolbu opens up well. D+, 10 eliminations now on the card, looking for that flush as well, trying to get those points, trying to get all the utility back into their banks, but they don't have any smokes. Can they hold out? Can Queso keep this thing alive?
Queso's gonna have to be playing with 3. That first player that got knocked from Queso, maybe he thought he had more time to get an off angle, but D+ finished that fight way too quickly, and he gets caught with his pants down. Poppy Potro will not be involved in this final fight, and it's a 4v3. D+ with the man advantage, and honestly, with the way this zone is, I don't even know if Queso has too much of an advantage with the blue pressing on the backs of D+, but that's a good knock. Did it come out too early, though? Because I think the revive could still go through.
Might just be able to, but that slows down the pressure, right, from D+. It forces them to take a little bit of a breather, take a little bit of a pause, and that means that they're going to have to mount up, and they do have to move first to D+, especially with the blue zone now. With that extra little bit of time to move forwards, they have to go for the crash. Here they go, no smokes in tow, and they will not be able to find much, but they managed to make it up to a hay bale. Nades in hand for every single one of the Team Queso players right now. They know the value of them. They're going to try and extract it from this lobby. Forrest is forwards, Hasn't taken damage just yet, but the nade over the top tickles him down to half. Another to follow it up, a third as well from the back lines of Reyes. They continue to lob them forwards, and it's Big Milo to go down first. This is a good start for D+. Reyes is low as well. He's been spotted over on the off angle. Can they get the res? I don't think they have time.
It's done. D+. D+ are going to take this 4v1. Arturus gets one, gets two. Hold on, it's not done.
Oh.
It was close. It got close, but what a huge win out of D+. They controlled that roadside, and they controlled it very well. They lost the zone towards the end, but that final decisive, not the final push, but that decisive push onto the side of Genesis was really what stood out for me for D+. They went aggressive, they went for it as 4, and then they won the 4v4, air quotes in the 4v4, because I think Queso kind of threw one of their players away, but they still closed it out. Big game for D+.
Especially when you consider how close they were on the bubble. They were 11th place before this as well. 88 points. At the start of that. I think they got something like 10 or 12 eliminations. That's going to put them over the 100-point mark and in a good position for tomorrow. Korean teams seemingly continuing to do well. We obviously saw Nongshim Red Force top the tables back in their group. This time around, D+, they've kind of been a little bit missing in a lot of these matches, but it's great to see that they have got this in their wheelhouse. They have done so well in that match, you're right. They had the most difficult rotation, I think, of the lobby to make, and they made it work.
Yeah, they controlled it very well. They took a fight with Major Pride too on that road on the south, and then they took out Rook on the north. And they also timed a nice kind of like third-party feint attempt towards Vampire, if you recall, and that forced Vampire in a difficult spot that made them a non-threat later on. So D+ really just doing a masterclass of the way that zone played out for them. Queso got heavily blessed, and I think they should have definitely taken the match with 4 players there, but they lost one early. It still would have been close, seeing how the lay of the land worked out for D+, in that 4v4 if Queso kept all 4 up. Still could have gone either way, but Queso still picks up a decent amount of points on the most important day, right? The day before the last day, to really show where you will fall on the leaderboards and what you need to aim for.
Yeah, with a lot of those teams towards the top not having the greatest final match of the day, things are starting to heat up. A lot of resurgences over the course of today, and to close it out, the final one will be the team from Korea, D+.
Man, I don't know how to feel about D+ today, to be honest. Their aggression has worked for them, like you're seeing here in this match, and it has worked against them, thinking back to that 4v2 up against Major Pride. It's been an up and down day for D+, but Karen brought up a good question. Is tomorrow the day we see D+'s final form?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Seven that brought that up, but I appreciate you.
You get the credit of it. Forget Seven.
I will take the credit. 100%, I'll take it. It's a really, hard answer, to be honest, because we're all liking, I can speak for all 3 of us, that we're all liking that compared to the previous days, D+ are going for more things, they're going for more opportunities. But we're also seeing that backfire a lot. So on this trajectory, especially finishing off the game in this way, and this was not an easy game for them to win. They weren't just sitting in the compound like some other teams were. They were having to work in from the edge with very little cover through multiple different teams. So their success here, maybe their feet are now finally under them, and tomorrow we are going to see a much more consistent, high-performing team that I definitely expected coming into this entire group. The question is, will that be enough to get them out of the danger zone? Who knows? But 24 points off of this game to end the day off is definitely a good grab for them.
And I think a grab they desperately needed to have some sort of chance to get into top 3. But again, as we have to mention here, Team Queso, another 12 points. They were at, I believe, 100 going into this match. And Seven, they're starting to build up some steam here. Are we going to see the cheese become even stronger in tomorrow? I was trying to think of some stinky cheese, but my cheese facts are quite limited.
I mean, for a team that's been able to take advantage throughout the day of being blessed, today alone they've gotten 55 points. I'm a little bit worried, honestly, if tomorrow they don't end up getting blessed, how they're going to be able to react. Yeah. Even there on that late game, they were still able to react a little bit too slow. I feel like they should have been a little bit more aware of the fight that was going on north and try to position themselves better. So there's little things here and there. But another team that I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow, no, it's not Influence Rage, Jason, even though that is one of the teams I'm thinking of. It's going to be Rook, because Rook also had an amazing day 3 here today. They ended up with 55 points for today alone, and now they put themselves, I mean, if we're going to be counting some of these teams teams that they could possibly make a push for the top 3, which is I personally feel like it's going to be very unlikely. That's one of those teams, Rook.
I think that's fair.
No, absolutely. But this middle section, I'm starting to get... I wonder if that gap between 11th and 12th place, the 14-point gap already, is going to mean that we're going to need to see some like big games out of anyone in the bottom 5 to try and get out of that. I'm looking at DRS. They've had a couple of good games today specifically, so there's always a possibility there. But unlike, last week at the very least, there's starting to be some clearance between the teams around that sort of break bubble of being eliminated versus having a chance in survival.
Yeah, I think we're kind of getting to the point now after 3 days of play that we're starting to see like which teams most likely will be out of the bubble and won't have a chance to break through into the survival stage, and likewise for teams to potentially break through to top 3, because there still is a decent gap between quite a few of these teams who are maybe 7th, 8th place and 3rd. So it pretty much comes down to, in my eyes, tomorrow 7 of if you're going to want to qualify for top 3, you better make a very big play. If you want to get out of that bottom of the bubble and get into the survival stage, you got to make multiple matches tomorrow, which can be ever more difficult considering that pressure is just mounting and mounting every time you don't have that good match.
That's the main one too that you just said there, multiple matches, because a lot of these teams, Team Kesto and Rook aside, a lot of these other teams have been able to have just maybe one match. They haven't really been able to follow it up. I can think of right away Vampire Esports, right? Team that has 3 chicken dinners. We've been pointing out their placement points throughout the whole day. And then after they get a chicken dinner, they're just nowhere to be seen. We need to see a little bit more consistency. Give them credit though. They did end up getting good elimination points here in this last Miramar. Maybe we'll start seeing that again tomorrow.
Well, obviously they still have a chance, but I think in my eyes for Vampire, stay out of bottom 5. Stay out of bottom 5. We're going to head down to the stage, though, as we do have an interview coming your way. I'm hearing it's going to be Federal from Influence Rage.
As day 3 rolls to an end, one more day looms in the distance for all of these teams here in Group Yellow. And we start to see this shift in the leaderboards as we start to see dramatic changes, not only in the top 3, but also the bottom parts of the ladder. But for some of these teams, like one of these teams I have over here, INF, a team that was holding the 2nd spot place in the 1st and 2nd day, and now slowly but steadily losing it. Now let's talk a little bit with me. I have Federal. Let's talk a little bit about your team here. So your team has been one of the most consistent teams in the last 2 days, but today it seems like there's a little bit of a struggle. Can you share with us what is going on?
O seu time se deu muito bem nos primeiros 2 dias, né? O que aconteceu hoje?
Bom, a gente passou por diversas dificuldades em relação a spot e rota do avião, né? Nessas 5 últimas partidas. E a gente não conseguiu desenvolver nenhum dos nossos jogos direito. Então, e com o mal, o 16º nas 2 primeiras play, eu acho que deu uma pequena balada ali que a gente não conseguiu desenvolver mais ainda o nosso jogo, né? Mas é isso, amanhã vamos vir com tudo aí para pegar esse top 3 ainda, porque dá, né? 40 e poucos pontos. E a gente, enfim, já deu o comeback mais difícil que esse. E é isso.
Well, we had a few difficulties with the airplane routes, with dropping spots. Several things came against us, especially the first 2 matches. They really hit us really hard. It was hard for us to come back from that, but we are seeing what we did wrongly today. We know there's like 40-something points for us to get back. We have done comebacks bigger than these before, so tomorrow expect us to do it again.
I mean, speaking of comebacks, INF is one of those teams that's known to play very, very bombastically with over 10 eliminations per game. But it seems like this PMGC, it seems like you guys only have had 1 game, I think, with a pop-off match. So is playing a little bit more safe a strategy that your team has implemented for PMGC?
A Influence normalmente faz muitos kills, mais de 10 por partida, mas a gente viu que aqui tá um pouquinho diferente, né? Mudou a estratégia.
A gente não mudou nosso estilo de jogo, né? A gente tá aplicando tudo que a gente aplicou nos outros campeonatos, mas infelizmente não tá vindo muita kill pra gente. E também a gente não ganhou nenhuma play, né? Normalmente quando a gente ganha muitas plays, a gente vai com muitas kills. A única que a gente ganhou foi com o Caio solo, então não deu pra pegar muita kill. Mas as kills mesmo não estão vindo, também tá roubando muitas kills nossa. Mas a gente não mudou nada no estilo de jogo e vamos buscar isso aí amanhã, fazer mais kill, ganhar play e é isso.
We haven't changed our play style. Luck hasn't been that much on our side, especially when we're facing off another team. Some of our kills have been taken by other teams, so that kind of stuff has been adding up. But I think we are going to do it better tomorrow, so expect us to do more kills tomorrow.
I mean, that's exactly what I expect on day number 4, and I think this is definitely something that we can expect from all the teams. Let's talk a little bit about tomorrow. There's still, you guys, what are your odds? Let's think about your confidence. What are the odds of you guys making it to the top 3. And what do you think that INF needs to do to achieve this goal?
Amanhã vai ter chance de chegar no top 3 e o que vocês têm que fazer para alcançar isso?
Com certeza, eu não vi a tabela 100%, eu vi que tá ali na média dos 40 pontos, mas como eu falei, a gente é Inf, né? A gente já deu comeback mais difícil que esses. Então amanhã a gente vem com tudo aí para trazer esse top 3 ainda para nós. E é isso, vamos com tudo amanhã.
I haven't had a chance to see the table. I think it's about 40 points. But as you know, Influence Rage is going to give everything tomorrow. We're going to get all the way back there. So expect to see the best of Influence Rage tomorrow.
Expect to see the best of Influence Rage tomorrow. Thank you so much, Federal, for that interview. And for now, this wraps up day number 3 of Group Yellow. And I have to say that it has been one of the most challenging teams here for the Giants over here at 2023 PMGC. Whether or not we can still see the top 2 hold on till the end is the question. And whether or not the teams at the bottom will still remain at the bottom is another mystery for us. For now, I'm going to toss it back to the panelists to wrap up the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more 2023 PMGC. Good night, everyone.
Okay, so some confidence from Federal, obviously realizing what went wrong for them today and hopefully can fix some things tomorrow. I thought I was having like a big headache. I was seeing like double here, and we're gonna have Nomi top of limbs, top damage, and I thought for a second we hit the winner on the slot machine, but we got effect here with the most assists in on the right.
The third slot.
The third slot.
But yeah, this just shows that not only how strong Major Pride have been today, just sort of slowly ramping everything up, but how also Bigatron's slightly falling off, but Doc coming in for MV as the MVP on the day. Loved their play, not just this group stage so far, but specifically today. We all know the bridge. We all know hanging out on the bridge, like Batman. Of course, if Batman doesn't have grenades, but you know, you get my point.
Wasn't it East yesterday as well? Like we've had
it might have been.
I think we've been MVP like 2 days in a row. Then we had Lapar on day 1 from Bigatron.
Yep, you're right. It was for Miracle that had the MVP yesterday.
Okay, can you say that again? I just love to hear about how I'm right, 7.
No.
You're right, Jason.
Thank you. Oh, wow. It's so weird being told I'm right for once. But no. Yeah. Anyways, moving on from that. Obviously, still 1 day of play left to go. Influence Rage, yes or no question 7. Will they make top 3 tomorrow? No. Will they make it into the survival stage? I'm going to change up the question completely.
Survival stage? Yeah, top 3, no.
Okay. Cameron?
I'm going to agree with that. I think even though we've been criticizing Influence for not really having any of the pop-off, super strong, like gigantic plays, today was definitely an anomaly on how poor it went for them. So I expect them to do at least better going into tomorrow. I'd be really shocked if they ended up in the bottom 5.
Yeah, I'd be shocked as well, and a little bit sad, to be honest, with the legacy Influence Rage has been able to build up for themselves over this last year, especially within Brazil. But unfortunately for them, they need to prove it tomorrow, because people aren't going to remember the end. They're not going to remember everything you've done before this. But that does mean we're pretty much done with the day. But before we end things off, hopefully you guys at home, 7, I'm pretty sure I've seen you ordering one of these bad boys, the Infinix GT10 Pro, because it was not only born for professional gamers, but also born for people of your stature, 7.
Yeah. Interesting thing.
I think stature is one of the safest ways. But you know what? I've seen you dominate lobbies, and I can only imagine those bold actions.
That's what you meant to say. Yeah.
Yeah, those bold actions. I saw you in person in Poland. I can only imagine what you do with one of these devices. Well, you know what that music means? It's pretty much playing me out from an award show. That's going to end off our 3rd day here, PMGC 2023. We're obviously back tomorrow for a final day of action in Group Yellow. We're more importantly going to find out which 3 teams will get straight through the Grand Finals and which teams will survive to fight another day.